time of memorial. We honor and express our gratitude for their enduring guardianship in these lands. What the Okanagan Film Commission does, for those who don't know, we drive economic growth and job creation through film and animation. We help boost tourism and local revenue by lots of hotel rooms and restaurants and such. We enhance cultural and educational opportunities. We have film schools and animation schools set up throughout the region, and we collect local talent with global opportunities. So I'd say that's probably our most important thing. We get people jobs, and that's probably what we're doing best right now because we've had so much work. These are some exciting things. So instead of giving you, like, I normally have a huge list. I don't know if you guys got the paperwork. I sent paperwork to be put into the...
I didn't see it.
Oh, well, there's paperwork somewhere. And it was to go in your packages. It's about 2 pages. Normally I give you a booklet, but I just bulleted it. Anyways, I'll make sure you guys get it so you can read it in your email or whatever. But it basically says all this stuff. We've had quite a few shows, and with economic impact, the bigger shows, in fact, we had $1 Million Secret, which it was in central Okanagan, and they were in a hotel, in a massive house, and it was basically like a bachelorette type thing. Except for they were all vying to be millionaires. The last one with the best business idea became the millionaire. It is on its first show. You will start to see it. I think you should watch it because maybe the second show will come back here. Tracker, 1.1 million. That was in Oliver and Soyuz. Yellow Jackets again. That was in Kelowna. Then we had Secrets of Maple Street trilogy. That was in Kelowna. Percy Jackson. I think some of you had it in your backyard. That was in Soyuz. That was a good one, I think, for the locals. Devil in the Dorm. And then Owen Wilson's Apple TV production. This one's really exciting for us because it doesn't have a name yet. Well, it does, but they're not telling us. And it is a golf show. So they were at OK Falls. The Peach,
Dusty Mac Mine.
Yeah, Dusty Mac, and they were blown away. I think it's going to be in their trailer. How good it looked, and because it's a golf show, they're having tough times in golf courses in the coast. So they've spent more and more time coming out here and looking. And Gord's doing a great job showing that. And then Ruby Frank movie shot in Kelowna as well. And then we had so many more. Like we have 2 at a time. A lot of them are in Central. But you guys are getting the shiny stuff that also leaves a lot of money. Oh, shit, no, I went too far. So, yeah, a lot of the same things. Disney, CBS, Apple TV, they're all got their eyes on us now, which before it was one of the more challenging things to get the studios to come. But as soon as we got the Hallmarks and we got the Lifetimes, it proved and it grew our crew and it proved that we can make the bigger shows. So the bigger shows start coming. And, when we get to the locations, I'll let Gord tell you how impressed they are with what we have. In the paperwork, I did send out that I'm asking all the regional districts for a 10% increase. For you guys, I think that's $3,500. I know that, that doesn't seem a lot, but it means a lot for us. Every little bit counts. It's getting more and more expensive with the cost of scouts, cost of hotels. I have a group going down to the Soyuz next week, 4 people staying at the Watermark. It's going to cost the Film Commission over $800. So each time I send people down there, plus the scout, plus. So all these things become important and cost money. So every little penny counts. Central Okanagan needs to step up with their funding. Oh, here's the page. So this shows how much each group gives and what I'm asking from each. So this, for you guys, you can see it's $3,500. For the new contribution would be $38,500. And look at that cool picture. So that's some of our marketing we use. Like if you're going to come skiing, you can also be attacked by a zombie. A potential impact. So we're hoping over the next 4 years or so that we can, or 3 years, we can increase our economic growth to 35,000. Does it keep flashing on your TVs too?
35 million.
Right? So that'll boost jobs, industry, enhanced services, and high value. It's if we can get a little bit extra money, we can have more impact. That's all we're really asking for. And it's going to be, yeah, it's important to us because right now we're on shoestring budget. Our key goals this year is to expand local training and mentorship. So we are creating more courses. We are doing so on our own through Okanagan Film Fundamentals, through scouting courses, through MPIO, which is set etiquette, camera courses, all these sort of things which are sponsored by us. Plus the university is working on, UBCO and Okanagan College are all expanding their educations, and Center of Arts and Technology. We also want to do, well, Gord is my scout, the scout location service manager. I send him out 4 days a week to find new locations. It would be great to send him out 5 days a week. So each penny is great. Infrastructure development, eventually getting a new soundstage. In fact, I'm gonna let you chat about what's going on with Britco right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
There we go. The location situation is excellent this year. Obviously, towards the end of the summer, we had some great situations happen with Tracker down in Osoyoos, as well as Percy Jackson coming. These big companies thought they'd give it a try out here, and they were extremely pleased. I can give you a couple little quotes coming from what happened with Tracker. I know if anybody's familiar with Platinum Winery Bakery out in the Black Sage area, they spent $1,500 in bread just from them alone. Those are small stories. Mark from Spirit Ridge could not stop talking about how great everybody was, how much they spent. They went to restaurants, they went everywhere. Everywhere I talk about, Tracker left a pretty big mark on everybody. Percy Jackson, they were a little bit less out there with things like that, but they still, we had a quote. I remember me and John were walking through the set and ran into the director. She's from Australia, but lives in Los Angeles, and she said, everything around here is cinematic. Everything, everywhere I look, and to hear that when she goes home and starts talking about our area like that. Dan Hanna, who was he's the art director, and if anybody knows anything about him, he won an Oscar for Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. He was the designer. I got to work with him and listen to him talk and tell me what some of these areas look like the border of Syria that he went and looked for a movie once, and places like that. It's so cool to hear that from some of these people. Those are just some of the small things. What's coming up? We have a couple of situations. Some of the stuff is like 6 months of series they're looking at, which I'm pretty excited about. The Britco,
that's in here.
yeah,
That's RDOS.
Yes, and that's I've turned them on to the Britco building. They say nothing's going to happen there for maybe a couple of years for a tear down. This might work well. They're working with them possibly on using it for part of it for a studio. They've been in talks, and that's a 6-month series that they need. Desert. There again, they need things that they don't have elsewhere, and I'm sure the tax credits and whatnot. We also have the advantage now of seeing that direct flight to LA come in. We've seen some more people calling us about from LA about coming up, etc. I've been talking to a few others, so that kind of helps. And tax breaks, and of course our lousy loonie, which I don't like, but I do like. that may be an attraction as well. Beyond that, I've taken a lot of look-sees for next year. Disney, HBO now is looking, which is another huge one. And I've got a call from Creative BC the other day and had a conversation about that. So we do have some things around here that they're very interested in April. Ski hills, which would be closed down and ideal because we do get snow then. We never get snow now. We only get it when the summer starts. So location-wise, yeah, it's just more. We need more special places that they just can't see, and that's the whole key is finding, like Dusty Mac Mine, when when this situation came up, they wanted to find a place that they didn't have on the coast. And when I brought them here, they just went, "This is unbelievable." And now they're looking at the remainder, the other half of that series, which was a 10-part, to do it possibly here in the Okanagan. So I've been working on that one as well. So that's my report, and hopefully every year it gets bigger and bigger. And thanks for all your help with things that we've been involved in with the RDOS. It's been great. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to add to that. It's not just our locations that they're coming back for. They are finding it really quite easy to film here. They're finding it's easy to deal with the political. It's easy to deal with local governments trying to get their permits. It is easy to deal with us because some shows have had some challenges this year. In fact, British Columbia, especially the Lower Mainland, is down over 50% from previous years on filming. We aren't down. We are growing. They changed our tax credit, which I would like to talk to you guys about. So they changed our tax. They're adding to the tax credit for coming to British Columbia. They're raising that, but they removed the tax credit for distant animation. And that's a big deal for us because instantly closed the doors of our animation studios. So that's a big problem. What happened was certain people took advantage of the distant regional tax credit for animation, certain companies, and they pay a few people to live in Penticton, Kelowna, Nelson, whatever, and then they would take a tax credit on them for Vancouver, and it was bad. But we have brick and mortar buildings that are in the region that are employing hundreds of people to work in them, and they lost their incentive for why to do this. And the shows didn't stay in Canada. They didn't go to Vancouver. They go to Bangkok. They go to everywhere else. So this is something we lost, British Columbia, and it was it didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense. One side that we're saying we need to have affordable housing and carbon tax, and then we have an opportunity where we can put people in jobs that are great with affordable housing and they don't have to drive very far, and we take that away. So if you guys have any ears that you want to talk into, the tax credit for the animation coming back is very important to the region. Also, they're also changing, they're doing everybody a favor with a 51, if we film in the regions, you have to film 51% of your show to get the tax credit. So Tracker, Percy Jackson, none of them got the extra tax credit, the extra bump for coming out here, but they also have a lot of money. So, that tax credit sure would help, but if we remove the 51%, what happens is shows will come out here for 2-3 days, then go back to the coast and collect tax credit on this. The 51 days makes them stay for the whole movie. So it's a good thing to remove the 51-day threshold for someone like Thompson Nicola, Kootenays, because they don't have infrastructure, they don't have crew. But if we remove it in the Okanagan, they're going to just stay in Vancouver and come out here and shoot snow, or come out here and shoot some desert shots, come out here and shoot a couple things, and then head home. We need to keep them here. So again, 51% tax rate is good. Not tax credit. 51% of your film is good for the region, for us. Not so much good for all the rest, but that's my battle of the day. My board of directors pretty much the same. Spencer, hi Spencer. How'd you sneak in? And we might be losing Brian Queering, which is a big drag. He's been with us for quite a long time, but he's no longer on the RDNO board. So unless we can keep him as a member at large, we might lose him and get a new appointee, but this is what we look like. And then there's Gord, Tracy, she's our accountant. Aaron's my administrator, and me. So this is a lot of what, that $3,500 will help pay for. And so reflecting the year was good. Challenges, tax credits, animation, looking ahead, let's make more. Let's get some more films in here. Let's do some more. I think we're on some good momentum and they like us, so let's keep that rolling. Let's try not to get greedy when we're filming in regions, that we don't stick our hand out too much, because if we look at the big picture, they're just dumping money everywhere else. So if we can keep our location costs lower, they'll spend more money at Burrowing Owl. And yeah, that's it. That's us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see a question over here. Go ahead, Director Bush.
Morning, John.
Morning.
Always a pleasure to have you here. These tax credits, who controls them? Is that federal or provincial?
Provincial.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts? Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just looking at the financial breakdown, and with North Okanagan Regional District paying $49,000, Regional District Okanagan-Similkameen paying $35,000, how many movies appear in the North Region District versus the South?
Well,
And are we paying our fair share?
North didn't get anything this year really at all.
Some small stuff, I think.
Some MOWs, but it's film. So next year, everything could be looking like Colorado and we could be up in Armstrong or something like that, right? So there's no rhyme or reason. This year, they all kind of wanted to, like the Pendergraft property was playing the ocean. Weirdest thing in the planet, but it was playing an island in the middle of the ocean. And when this job came to me, I was in Ucluelet, and I would take a picture. I said, like this, click, and I sent. But they can add in 3D around it. But anyway, to answer your question, I think you're paying your fair share. It just needs to be. It's just when you aren't getting Tracker and Disney and North is, you realize that last year you had it.
It's very cyclical. That's
Yeah.
Not seeing any other hands. Oh, Mr. Zafino, go ahead.
So the board was approached for the 2024 budget for an increase, and you did get an
Yeah.
increase. You're getting 38,000, just over 38,000 right now.
Oh, we are.
Yes, you are.
Well, then I want 3,800 more.
Any other increases we'll discuss, I'm sure, at budget, during the budget discussions. So
Sorry.
not seeing any other hands. Again, thank you
Oh,
both for
excellent.
coming and attending. It's
Thank
nice to get caught up on what's happening. Great. I'll go back to Wayne. Where is,
All right, so we'll start with the FTE presentation. I'll get Adam to fire up the PowerPoint presentation. And we just have to move, the first one we were going to talk about, the Parks and Facilities lead hand, we're going to have to move to the end of the presentation just because Justin is away for a little bit and he's hoping to be back in time to present. Otherwise, Mark Koch will present on his behalf. So we will start with... Sorry, this is last time. So this is the list of FTEs. There's 12 of them. The first one will be the communications supervisor, and Eric will present on it.
okay, go ahead.
Good morning, board. And I do have a short PowerPoint presentation. It is very difficult to follow the film commission, I should say. I don't feel I have that kind of energy this morning, but I'll try and summon it. I should mention as well that the communication section did actually deal with one of those projects, Tracker. So we received a phone call, so we were able to connect them with some information about whether they required permits, and we also provided some contact information as well, and that's something that does happen on occasion. We've done that in the past with BBC as well. So just a very quick thought here on what you probably already know, but the RDOS, as you can see, is a very large region. That's our map that now includes the Syilx Okanagan communities. 80,000 residents, plus we're trying to communicate out to property owners, people who don't live in the area, visitors as well, and media. We have the 4 Syilx Okanagan communities, 6 municipalities, 9 electoral areas. So it's quite a vast area and lots of people. Slide number 2, that's going to work. Excellent. Just a quick overview of some of the projects and activities that communications is involved in. We always remind people we provide strategic guidance and support. Each one of these items requires a little bit of time and thought. So assent voting, for example, we have 4 different projects coming up in the next several months, and that is extremely time consuming, but also vital when it comes to communications and making sure people know the information. With the conferences, SILGA and UBCM, communications has become a bit more involved in trying to report out what's been happening at those conferences, because I think that is really important. And media and public inquiries, we receive inquiries literally every day, and it's really important to be on top of that and make sure that we're getting the information out to people in a timely manner. Then we can, of course, add in the Emergency Operations Center when it activates. That takes up a fair amount of staff time. So right now we have a communications manager, that's me, manager of communications and engagement, and I'm responsible for overseeing all of the activities, but also supporting Indigenous and intergovernmental relations. We have 2 communications coordinators. One has actually been off since October, and we have no word on a return date, maybe by the end of the year, but we're not sure. But we do have some part-time support with a casual employee. So it's been a bit busy. I will keep this short, but I thought the other day when I was getting ready for this presentation about sharing a day in the life of the manager of communications and engagement, just to give you a rough idea of some of the activities I'm involved in. It's a 2-part slide. And the first part was meeting at a fairly high level about the RDOS website and where we're going to go with that, but also talking about the technology in this room to make sure we can improve it, we'll say. Finance, we talked about the budget engagement process, which is a pretty big process coming up. We talked about the CART program. As you can well imagine, lots of inquiries about that. It's a very large program, so we're working closely on that as far as communications goes. Not as closely as we'd like to, because that program's already sort of midway, and we're trying to do what we can to be involved. Solid waste management plan is another big one. Indigenous engagement on all of this is really important as well. And I don't even like to use the term Indigenous engagement, because it just sounds like a checkbox. It is not. Indigenous engagement really is about making sure that we're being respectful, providing information, and meetings. It's not about sending emails. It's about actually meeting with people and having conversations and building relationships, and that does take time. Emergency management, we were talking about, I worked with them to get out the evacuation alert rescind. Many people might not even known there was a rescind. So I executed that part of it, and then I'll just leave it at that because I don't want to waste your time. We're busy. So we're looking for a communications supervisor, which sounds like another manager. This by no means is another manager. This is a union position. The position was actually left vacant when my position changed. We're looking for someone who is basically able to provide that extra level of experience, additional capacity to do some of the work that is required, because there is a lot of work to be done. And then also it helps us with consistency and quality, because we can certainly try to do the best we can, which we're going to do regardless of whether we get this position or not. But we're trying to meet a high quality standard, and there are only so many hours in the day. So having somebody who can assist with the oversight, but also a lot of the heavy lifting, would really make a big difference, because it opens up that capacity that, whether it's our official mandate or not, we are involved in a lot of different things that happen at the RDOS, including Indigenous relations and intergovernmental, and being on top of that with a high level of quality of service is really important. These are a couple of the initiatives we're embarking on in the new year, and these are a result of what came out of the regional survey. So we're going to start with a newsletter, and that'll be quarterly. I think it's really important to put a newsletter together, but because we have 9 electoral areas and all of the partners involved, there's a lot of moving parts, but it's something I feel that's really important. We're going to look at doing a video Q&A. We've talked about it for a few years, but we need to just do it similar to what we've done with the EOC information briefings, but just shorter. So pick a topic, something this CART program, for example, where we can, at a high level and in a short manner, talk a bit about that, but using video, because it's pretty impactful. We've launched our Instagram page, the RDOS Instagram channel, and I think that's becoming such a large way of, an important way for people to get information, that we just couldn't ignore it. We just didn't really have the capacity, but now we're going to just make it happen because we have to. And then brochures and checklists. We talked coming out of the regional survey about the importance of having checklists for departments when they're communicating with people, so that information isn't missed. And then brochures, we are in need of new brochures for a lot of our areas, and that's something that we're going to work on. So providing accurate and consistent information about RDOS projects and initiatives and responding to and acting upon feedback is something that a supervisor would help us with in a large way. And it would also help us organize a lot of these corporate initiatives like the budget engagement process. And it also provides more opportunity to work on the other areas I mentioned, Indigenous and intergovernmental relations. So none of that is optional. We certainly will do the best we can with what we have, but we'd always like to do better. And with that, I will stop talking.
Thank you, Eric. I'm not seeing any questions for you at this time here. Oh, actually there is. Go ahead, Director Conans.
I think this is probably the time to ask this, but maybe you don't have this through the chair. You don't have this answer, but the CAO does. How much did we increase the communications budget between in 2024 budget from 2023?
Jim?
In 2024, there wasn't an increase, but there was an increase, I believe, in 2023. So right now, if everybody that's in that department was there, we do have one on sick leave, there's a 3 altogether.
Okay.
But we're going to discuss it further in camera.
Thank you.
All right. Again, thanks, Eric. Next one, Wayne.
Yeah, and I've also provided a slide after each FTE for the financial impacts, and this shows the tax impact per area of what the role would look like. The sheets that you received in Appendix 29 shows what the increase is for the service. This is the increase for your actual area.
Or municipality, yeah.
Or municipality, sorry, yeah. Okay, so, oops, sorry. The next one is the electrician.
Go ahead, Lisa.
All right, thank you, Chair. All right, so the electrician is one that we brought forward for the 2024 budget, but it was declined by the board. And we've since been looking and continuing to watch how much we've been spending each year on an electrician throughout the organization. Finance did a great analysis last year and found that we were actually spending more than what it would cost to bring somebody in-house. And it's pretty much the same this year. We have a significant amount of projects coming up over the next few years, especially looking at some new systems coming online that this position would pay for itself very quickly. The one good thing about bringing it in-house is that there's lots of little jobs here and there that you need to call in an electrician to do. If you need a plug wired in, you know, it's a fair bill to bring an electrician in to do. Whereas if we had one in-house, simple, they could go to the site, any of our facilities, and put these in. So there's a lot of benefits to having one on staff, and there are various things that we would like to do. If we had one in-house, we could do a lot more preventative maintenance, kind of some extra things just to make sure that we don't let things go to necessarily fail when we have to bring in an electrician to fix it. We can do a lot more preventative things. It allows us greater flexibility, and we would have somebody available when we have to do all of our controls and instrumentation upgrades. So yeah, don't have much more than that, other than yeah, you have some things.
Chair, I would just offer, from my own experience, we went through a similar process about 5 years ago with my previous employer, where we looked at bringing this position in-house. And 100% we found that not only did it fund itself, but after a couple of years of catching up on some of the backlog work, we were able to move to a model of proactive maintenance. And with this specialized equipment, of course, proactive maintenance is much more cost effective than always being reactionary. So for my lived experience, this position was a huge asset, bringing it in-house.
Okay. Thanks for that. I'm not seeing any hands at the moment on this, but go ahead, Director Taylor. Does that require our tools, our vehicle, their vehicle, additional vehicle? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Lisa.
it would be an additional vehicle, and we've assumed that we would be purchasing all the tools. We've built that in.
Okay, and Mr. Savino.
So in the old days when I was in finance, I'm the one that did that report. And it included depreciation on the vehicles, we did research on the special equipment that they needed. So that's all inclusive.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm not seeing anything else, so thanks for the presentation. We'll have the big discussion later. Next one, Wayne.
And I also wanted to point out too, that the majority of this role is funded through user fees for the utility systems and not so much by tax requisition.
Director Monteith?
Thank you. Through the chair, that kind of transition happened too fast for me. Is there an opportunity for the electrician to also work for Parks and Recreation service areas? Is that, because we have facilities and,
It would be all throughout the organization, yes.
okay. And it would be billed based on use, right? For the
Yes,
users?
Yeah.
correct.
It would be a push into each department or area that's using it. Go ahead, Director Conants.
So just on that last slide, you don't know exactly how much you would be charging per region, per area, right? Because it depends on user fees. And so, because I noticed Penticton has the majority, obviously, and, but it wouldn't be used, or would that be this building?
This financial impact is for stuff that's being done in this building. So it'd be anything charged to general government. So that would be the total there.
Director Holmes?
Do we have these slides with the breakdown in our package anywhere?
Yes, it's in Appendix 2.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I think
Okay,
that's
the
it.
next position is bylaw coordinator, and Mark Petrie will be presenting.
Welcome, Mark. The floor is yours.
Okay, thanks for having me. So the main purpose of this request is to provide the labor required to support a new business license regulatory bylaw, but it also support general electoral area bylaw enforcement. So currently the RDOS has over 850 documented short-term rentals with potentially oncoming business license requirements and changes to some of the electoral areas and how we deal with them. We expect a large influx. So again, this position would primarily focus on the regulatory aspects of short-term rentals, but also include business license approval process. An important note, it will be self-funded through the business license revenue. Also enabling this position will help deal with the current issues common with short-term rentals. So we expect more efficient response time, better file follow-up, and they'll also coordinate the listing removal process with the provincial short-term rental data portal. So we see that as a huge benefit. They're also going to assist with some of the enforcement. They have their own enforcement team, but the local governments have to help coordinate that. So those electoral areas that have opted in to the business license requirement, it will make enforcement of those areas way more efficient because we can just have them removed from the portal versus spending hours and hours staking out the places trying to get the evidence we need to fine, and it's a very labor-intensive process currently. And lastly, just the position will only be filled if the business license regulatory bylaw is adopted. So those go hand in hand.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Go ahead, Director Bush.
Yeah, these business licenses for short-term rentals, does that include the agriculture, short-term rentals, or whatever it is, tourism, ag business?
They may, we have to look to see what the regulatory bylaw says and which areas. Yeah, it'd be up to the electoral areas and the board to decide that.
So we don't know yet.
Not yet. Okay, I see a hand from Director Nodal.
Thank you, through the chair. You're saying this is strictly financed through the areas that accept the bylaw, business bylaw. Like if you're not using business licenses, you won't be charged for it. Is that correct?
CAO?
So that's why it's important that if electoral area has business licenses, then that funds the coordinator. However, if they're called out, if a bylaw person is called out to handle an issue in an area that does not have business licenses, then the taxpayer ultimately pays and it won't be that specific bylaw. We have two other bylaw officers. They may go in to handle a complaint. So the business licenses will be funded by the ultimate benefactors, where if you decide it's an electoral area not to have business licenses, it's your taxpayers ultimately will pay.
Okay. Director Holmes?
So our experience in Summerland, since the government brought on its short-term rental regulations, laws in the portal and everything, is that it's become a lot less labor intensive for us. That the portal is working as planned, the government enforcement is working as planned, and we're pretty much at 100% compliance, and it's a lot less work for our bylaw officers. So I'm just wondering if, maybe it's a bit premature. Maybe we should see how it's going before we jump in there.
CAO?
And that's one reason why we're stating that if the board accepts this position, it's only contingent on business licenses going through. Just one thing that you have to remember, the difference between a municipality and a regional district is we may have a complaint where it's a 2-hour drive to the complaint property and 2 hours back. So the time taken to handle complaints are materially longer. And that's one thing we have to take into account.
Okay, and Director Coyne?
Yeah, so we want to fund this through business licenses. So you're assuming that we're gonna just be rolling in the business license money here, and we haven't even talked about what we're gonna set the rates on the business licenses, how this is gonna roll out, none of that stuff. And if we set our business licenses too high, then it's detrimental to actually starting a business. So I have a lot of issues with how this whole process has taken place to date. I think we are jumping the gun a little bit on this because, like Director Holmes just said, it's getting easier. It's not getting harder. Yeah, I think we really need to examine this before we start hiring people to do a job that we don't even know how we're going to fund yet. And because we don't even have a bylaw yet, we have nothing in place yet other than the permission to create a bylaw. So there's some fundamental problems with this.
Okay, CAO?
And that's why staff's recommending that nothing happens until after the business license issues is resolved.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands, so thanks for the presentation. We'll see where it falls out.
Thanks.
Next one, Wayne.
The next one's utilities coordinator.
You might as well just take a permanent seat there, Alan. Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the utilities coordinator role was one that the board gave a 1-year trial period to see how it went. And it's been very, very successful. We are absolutely thrilled with what work that this person has managed to do over the past, 8 months. She started in April in this position, and she has plugged holes that we didn't even know we had. So the main role of this position is to look after the water and sewer connection requests. There's a significant number that we receive. We need to look at all the connections when we get various applications in through planning, such as the rezoning or subdivision or building permit. So it takes a significant amount of time to coordinate all of that, to get the paperwork together, to get the estimates together, to assess whether we need to do upgrades or if the connection's fine based on the change in use. And this position does all of that. One of the issues we were having before is a lot of our fees to look at all of this and the staff time was never recovered. So one of the things she's doing is we're recovering all of our fees. And as a result, it's becoming self-funded because we're collecting all these fees. So just in the 8 months, it's been fabulous. We get utility locates on a daily basis for all of our systems. And so the staff go out there and she coordinates this, which is great. They've got some paperwork put together so we can track it better. And the hydrant rentals is another one. We had sort of a process, but now we actually have a documented process, and we don't have some of these unauthorized access to hydrants anymore. So also with any work that's done on our water or sewer systems, anytime we go into the ground in the Ministry of Transportation's right-of-ways, we have to have what's called a highways access permit. And even if it's a developer that's doing the work to put in a connection or to put in a road crossing, the permit has to be in the RDOS's name because ultimately it becomes our system. So this is also another thing that this coordinator does. It applies for them, it tracks them, works with the developers to make sure that everything is done, and we do the final reporting to MODI. So this is definitely a position that is key to the efficient function of Public Works and our utilities group. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'll just check if there's any questions on this. Not seeing any hands at this point. So thanks, Lisa.
Thanks. Oh, I should do that.
All right, the next one is Emergency Support Services Coordinator, and Deborah is going to present on this one.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the Emergency Services Coordinator, we currently have someone that is 2 days a week in that role, and that is through grant funding. The grant funding has been consistent for a while, but there's never a guarantee on that position being funded through that grant. ESS is a critical function of the RDOS emergency program. It ensures the readiness and the ability to respond to support residents evacuated from their home. So this is really important for us to have people in this role who are supporting the teams in the region in being as ready and trained and exercised. The RDOS has recently taken over management of the City of Penticton Emergency Support Services team, and the ESS coordinator is working in Osoyoos to rebuild and supporting the management of the Osoyoos ESS team. The ESS coordinator supports all ESS teams with grant applications and purchasing of equipment and supplies. So it's a very significant position within our department. And, you know, based on what we're talking about at the strategic priorities, you know, that is an important aspect of being prepared for emergencies in the region. So that is why I've put this forward.
Okay. I'll just check if there's any questions. Director Bush, go ahead.
And so who pays for this and how, like, is it? But if you got let's say a disaster in Princeton, does Princeton pay for that portion or?
So Princeton has an ESS team, but we,
Oh, bad examples.
no, it's actually a good example because what we would do is we're doing cross-training between teams is our goal. And that way we can send people from, say, Penticton or Soyuz out to Princeton to support their response because, there's only so many people and depends on how long the response is and turnover and making sure people are there to support them.
Got Director Roberts and then Taylor.
Thank you. And as through the chair, that the ESS program is a provincial program, and then historically we've had more of the granting system. What is, how do you, or not how do you explain, but what would be the accountability in regards to the regional district? And is there, or do you see any place where we'd end up bumping into issues of jurisdiction between what is provincial and what is the regional district? And if this position a lot of times is paid by the province through granting, is there any conflict in there? Or is it a needed gap that needs to be filled? Thank you.
Go ahead, Deborah.
So the province has the ESS program, but they do not provide a lot of funding for ESS. They provide us with some grant applications and they decide from year to year what is allowable under that grant. There does come a point when you're paying a person that they start to say, well, that's, going to be on you, right? Because they'll let you go through some introductory years, but after that, they start to pull away. This position is also, as I said, we have a lot more to do, and there is definitely a gap in being able to do that cross-training and have people who are planning for that and preparing for that. Because most ESS teams they're all volunteers, right? And volunteers only have so much time to give us, and we want to make it as effective as possible.
Thank you. Director Taylor, you had a question?
Yeah, just looking at the split here, and I'm wondering, is that based on population or assessment values?
I suspect assessed, but we'll check with the CAO.
It's based on assessment, and the question was asked earlier, who pays? Regardless if there's one EOC or 100 EOCs, that's who pays. So there has to be a funding upfront, and the tax requisition, if the board accepts this, is as you see it on the board, it's right off at the beginning of the year. So we don't wait for an emergency to happen. We don't charge, use Princeton as an example. We don't charge Princeton. They've already paid through this taxation.
Okay. Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. So as this position is partly grant funded, when we get an EOC and activated and we get grant funding, but yet we've already paid for it through our taxes, right? So I guess I'm curious, does that go into reserves? Like, what does that look like?
Okay, so no, actually what happens when we're in an EOC is overtime is covered by the province. Regular time is not paid for by the province.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I thought that if you were bringing somebody into the EOC that wasn't a regular staff person, then it was covered under that. But if we have a staff person, it's not covered. Is that correct?
That's correct. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing any hands, so thank you for the presentation. And next one up, Wayne, is her again. Go ahead, Deborah.
So we've put this position forward based on the strategic priority discussions that we've heard, and that social development is an important aspect to this board. And we wanted to be able to, say if we have a social development coordinator, they can focus on advancing social development goals related to housing, insecurity, homelessness, and poverty reduction. They will be able to collaborate with a diverse group of partners throughout the Okanagan-Similkameen to identify service gaps, advocate for policy changes, and support community-led solutions. They also will ensure that the voice of the RDOS is at the table of these organizations and that what is happening is brought back to the board. so that the board has an opportunity to have that voice.
Okay. Any questions? Not seeing any hands at this time, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next one, Wayne.
Okay, the next one is the Sustainability Manager, and Mark Koch will be presenting this one.
Good morning, Mark. The floor is
Chair
yours.
and directors. Is this the clicker to the right? Thank you very much. So the Sustainability Manager position is an existing position within the organization. It works on a number of key functions, specifically transit, facilities, corporate facilities being a big part of that, fleet, capital projects, and of course, energy. The request here is acknowledging that it is a current role to shift from the current LGCAP grant that is funding the position to a 50% split. The intent with that is, of course, grant preservation and to ensure that some of the key functions that this role is working on are grant compliant. We are expecting the individual to work in a number of key areas that are at the edge of the grant and to ensure that we have that grant available for other functions as the board advances, and of course to have a lesser dependence on that limited grant. So the intent here is to shift to a more sustainable model and acknowledging that the key functions are diverting from the intent of the grant, so to stay compliant with the rules that the grant expects. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just check if there's any questions on this at this time. Director Coyne.
Can you explain, you've got wages coming out of recreation and parks, and can you explain why, places that don't have facilities, like say the Naramata Parks and recreation wages, why there's wages coming out of there if it's just mostly green space?
Absolutely. So this role is involved in the capital projects. So leading the capital projects team is what drives that component. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Don't think I'm seeing any hands. So thank you for that.
So the next is a Recreation Coordinator, and Andy will be presenting.
All right. Welcome, Andy. And the floor is
Good
yours.
morning.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So this request is a 0.4 FTE request for a recreation coordinator for single community recreation. So that's supporting area B, G, and the village of Keremeos. The reason we're requesting this is to maintain service. Speak a bit louder. The reason we're requesting this is to maintain service level in that area. With the recent adjustment to my role as single community recreation manager, moving over to regional recreation manager to cover recreation in several different other areas, it left a bit of a shortfall in the Similkameen. We were able to cover that service level and keep it maintained through several different ways this current year, from contractors to some part-time staff to overtime, and also to stretching the team. So we're putting this role forward to help be a bit more fiscally responsible and maintain that service level out there moving forward. I would highlight that there's no additional tax requisition ask here. It would be a transfer from operation line items to fund this role. So it's existing already in the budget, the finances for this. Finally, I would just say that this request will be removed if the proposed recreation program change request, number 1, that we'll be discussing a little bit later, proceeds.
Okay. Any questions? Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I guess my only question would be, do you actually think you can hire somebody at a 0.4 sustainably?
Yeah, no, and that's a really great question. I do think we can. In a community like Keremeos and the surrounding areas, I think there's quite a few people, part-time work, people with certain skill sets. We're ingrained in the community. I can think of a few people myself, not that I would handpick, would do the correct steps, but I do believe that we could find someone, yes.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
And then we've got one more, the solid waste operations manager, and that will be Lisa. And then Parks lead hand is the last one.
All right. Welcome again, Lisa and Alan.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. All right. So the solid waste operations manager is a role that that I need to kind of balance out my group. When we did structural changes in July, I went from 10 direct reports to 15. So I'm kind of looking at some assistance, and one of the big areas is kind of the solid waste portion of it. There's a significant amount of work around solid waste. There's increasing regulatory compliance. We have evolving programs such as our curbside program, the operation of the Oliver landfill, our composting. And we need somebody to oversee that on a day-to-day basis as a whole, such as a operations manager, solid waste operations manager. There are 2 supervisors in solid waste right now. One of them looks after kind of the people side of things, and that's the scale attendants. And the other one looks after the operations of the landfills themselves, working with the contractors, working with our staff that operate the Oliver landfill and the compost facility. But we need more of kind of a higher arching look at when we need to update bylaws and policies, safe work procedures. It's all the management type things that, because I'm so split, I'm not able to do. And I'm just feeling that in order to have an efficiently functioning department, we need this oversight. We need this manager, and they'd be reporting to me. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to restructure a bit and have another 2 managers, and then I would have a management group that we would work together on. So, but yeah. So essentially, this is a high priority for my own sanity as well. But yeah, just to kind of oversee the solid waste group. There's a lot going on.
Okay, got a question here, Director Bush.
Didn't we have a solid waste manager previous? Like, is this, so if we had one before, this isn't going to cost us any extra in the budget? Or what?
CAO's got his hand up here. We'll find that out.
I couldn't have said it any better. So this position, the board, essentially with the restructuring, that position disappeared. And I felt that only the board has the right to put it back into the system. So yes, the budgets for 2024, for instance, the previous solid waste manager's wages were in there. The only difference is within this budget and the other 162 budgets, the managing directors were resplit into, because those are new positions. This isn't the new position, but we're asking you to recreate it to allow us to hire it.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Director Taylor, and I see a few looks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking for an explanation on how the Penticton D3 gets allocated between Penticton and D3, and I'm assuming D3 is D.
The Penticton D3 is the Campbell Mountain Service Area, and that includes area D, E, part of F, B, G, and Carmius, and the city of Penticton. So that's the Campbell Mountain Service Area.
Follow up, or go ahead, CAO.
And the majority, well over 90% of this, if not more, is user fees.
Yeah, the tipping fees that come to the landfill.
Have a question, Director Monteith?
Yeah.
Clarity?
Yes, sorry, thank you. The Apex Waste Transfer Station, the $6,000, is that increase to the service, or it's sort of re-putting back in what was already there?
I believe it's putting back what was already there. There was some in there, but I believe that's, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. The Apex service, the Apex transfer station, if the amount is extra. or was it just added back in?
It's just being added back in. Yes.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Thank you for that. Last one up. Go ahead, Director Holmes.
I'm looking at Appendix 2, and I don't see these breakdowns in here, so I'm just wondering if we get these slides.
He's shaking his head yes, so we can get them sent.
FTE 11 and 12 was planner 1 and an environmental technician, and this was accepted by the board on the October 3rd, 2024 meeting, so we won't bother talking about them. So the last one is the Parks and Facilities lead hand, and Mark Koch will.
Welcome again, Mark. Go ahead.
So the Parks and Facilities lead hand role is an important position within the team. The intent is that the role be involved in park maintenance, support weekly work planning, of course, occupational health and safety and training needs within the department. There'll be various technical tasks, contract administration, and of course, support customer service inquiries. The current gaps that the team is experiencing relate specifically to supervision, of course, core requirements and other work-safe needs, supporting staff and other contractors. The intent is that the role will provide OK Falls based capacity also, as well as look at asset management, procurement, corporate facility needs, and is an acknowledgement of the substantial resource shortfall estimated to be about 4,000 hours per year. In terms of the key drivers for the role, some of the significant new facilities that the team is tasked with maintaining would relate to Adra Tunnel, of course, Mariposa Park, Pioneer Park, Spirit Park, the CPR Spit. And this specific FTE request, you'll note, does align with the program change request number 4, which we'll be discussing subsequently. In terms of new assets, as mentioned, there's a number of new facilities, specifically new year-round washrooms, over a hectare of maintained park space, about 600 meters of paved pathway, 1,000 square meters of beds, 50 trees, beach swimming areas, added irrigation needs, 250 meters of new fence line, 900 meters of trail, and 500 meters of tunnel. So significant assets that do need oversight and support. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions on this? Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you, through the chair. And looking at the size, which is quite small in regards to Area G, but most of this stuff is in regard, or parts of the job and the roles are in the Okanagan area. And I'm wondering, in regards to like discussions that we had with Recreation and Parks that's over on the Similkameen side, is this something that, again, it's more user fee, like in regards to the tracking? Or is it something that we're going to have some shared use or the benefit working both ways on either side of the responsibilities, parks, trails, and recreation? Thank you.
Which one wants to answer that? Go ahead.
I think the CAO is offering some advice on that. Thank you. Oh, I was looking to the CAO if possible.
I will take it. Wherever the request or required work is, that's where the position will go.
The funds are charged from those specific areas, yes. Okay, any others? I had a hand from Director Coyne and then over to Conans.
Yeah, I was going to ask something similar to Director Roberts, just on the trail and between Princeton and Summerland. Super ignored. There is no trail on the other side, and I was hoping that maybe this position would actually deal with some of that regional trail that is over on the other side that's not really looked at, so. Unfortunately, I don't think you're the right good answer, unfortunately.
Is there a chance to try an answer on that, CAO?
It will all depend on capacity. This afternoon, you're going to be talking about strategic priorities. After you've done the board strategic priorities, you're going to be asked to go to the specific managing directors and put in your wish list. And if that's in your wish list, that will go into the strategic priorities, and then we'll come back and say what is doable and what isn't. And you as the board would choose the scope and the priorities of the work that you as a board have requested us to do.
Okay. Director Conans.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So wherever this position goes, that's where it will be charged, but it will never enter Penticton. Is that true?
CAO?
While it won't enter Penticton, it's part of the regional trails, so it's part of, just as we say electoral A through I, Penticton is essentially part of the electoral areas. So the Penticton residents do get the benefit of the trails also.
Just
Follow
as a
up, go ahead.
follow-up. If there are particular parks within the regional district that are just supported by that electoral area, how do you choose what is supported by that particular electoral area and what is supported by the entire board?
CAO.
So the board chooses if it's a regional park or regional trail. And if the board doesn't choose that, the electoral area director can actually request through the board to have a specific park that they pay for.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands here, so thank you for
Thank
that. Oh, before you leave, just in case, Director Taylor,
Can I just go back on that distinction between regional parks and community parks? Because I think
go ahead.
that's something we can look at in strategic priorities, because there are some parks that I think are misallocated and need to be cleaned up.
Okay, I know some of them are misnamed, but because they're called a regional park and they're not paid for regionally, so. Yeah, okay, thank you, thank you.
So in the closed session, the utilities coordinator and solid waste operations manager will be brought forth as early approvals, but we can talk about that later.
Okay.
So it's up to you guys. Do you want a break or do you want to go right into program change requests?
We're pretty close to the break time. Maybe we had it scheduled to do program change requests after the break, so we'll call it break, and we'll take what, was you allowing 15?
Minutes? Yeah, does that work
Okay.
for everyone? Okay.
So 15 minutes on the nose, we'll be bugging you. Get back here. No, just need a whistler. There we go.
I'll whip, I'll whip.
No, we just need someone who's got a louder voice, maybe.
More fun whipping.
All right, we're ready to start again. I'm going to let Wayne get us started.
All right, now we're going to do the program change requests, and we're going to start with the first one, which is a recreation removal, and Andy will come speak on that.
CAO, you
So
want to?
before you start, this is something new in that just as the board has the right to add any new services, the board also should have the right to reduce or eliminate services based on recommendations from the directors, and that's what this is. So I'll forward that to Mr. Kosh and Andy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks, everyone. So as highlighted, this is a recreation removal. So we are looking to, it's been asked to remove recreation for a one-year trial from electoral area F and remove recreation entirely from electoral area E and I. So, that's why. Thank you. Okay, apologies. So just to talk a bit about the impacts of what that means for the citizens in the community, just wanted to highlight the key aspects of that service that would go away with that recreation removal. So We do have a shared resources that we use, that we share throughout the regions, different electoral areas to support recreation, items like rec guides and software. So the weight transfers a little bit over to the areas left behind. We would lose facility oversight, items like Narromata watercraft storage, Caledon Hall, those all kind of fell under the recreation domain. Parks and facility booking, so the ability for the community to actually reserve and book those parks and facilities. And as well, a key part of what recreation does is to actually activate the park. So there'll no longer be an entity kind of activating those parks under the recreation service. Volunteers is a big part of what we do. So we'll lose some volunteer support and oversight as well as onboarding, and volunteer requests would not be something we could handle here. As well, we do a lot of event coordination from what we call the bigger events when third parties come in and host events within our area, as well as events we host, things like family days, Canada Days, other types of events. They would also be lost. Big part of what we do within communities and recreation is relationship building. So we have good relationships with a lot of local instructors. We use them sometimes in multiple different areas. Many community partners, not-for-profits and such like, as well as school districts we work with. We would see a reduction in our strategic priority list as well. We still have some really wonderful things we're going to look to do next year regardless within the recreation team. The impact specifically to staff would mean that electoral area F and I each had a 0.2 FTE, two different people. Area I is a current role, but area F is a role that is currently vacant. So the funding for those 2.2 FTEs would have to reallocate my resources elsewhere. For electoral area E, currently did have a 0.6 FTE rec coordinator, and that again would no longer be funded, as well as again the manager allocation would have to go elsewhere. In summary, that's the impacts of that removal.
Okay, I'll just check if there's any questions on it. Director Taylor?
Can you just explain how the removal winds up costing Area D more?
It did in the initial, yeah.
Good question.
It was initially a bit of a different restructure. It's actually the new figures you'll see impact Area D, not at all. We reallocated resources, and the specific impact, which I believe the last time I looked was about $2,000 to $3,000, was that we managed to bring up the supporting role back to 2024 levels for Area D. So we have the rec coordinator, but we also have a CS coordinator that does background work, and we're able to bring that back up to 2024 capacity. We now, in working with Wayne and the finance team, have actually managed to eliminate that with some rejuggling and tightening of our belt, so there would be no impact to Area D, no increase.
Okay. Thank you. I've got Director Gilbert and then Monteith.
Yeah, thank you through the chair.
Rodrigo as well. Go ahead.
Just clarification. I was just wondering what, maybe I wasn't here for the meeting for it. I was just kind of curious why the direction from RDOS and from these specific areas of why they're removing recreation from there.
It's a director request.
I'm thinking they might explain that a little bit here at some point, but I'll go to Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. So to answer your question, Caledon specifically, Caledon, Twin Lakes, St. Andrews pay into the Caledon Recreation Service. All the majority of the programs are volunteer run. We don't have a lot of programs that are organized through the regional district, and we've tried them. It hasn't been successful in the community. They mostly will go to private dance lessons or whatever, right? They're not utilizing the service in Caledon. So why continue a service that's not being utilized? Sorry, to follow up with staff, one of the comments you made, Andy, was about facility oversight. Specifically, that was my request, to maintain the booking and the facility oversight of the Caledon Community Hall. Is that not going to continue?
In this proposal, it's not, but I look forward to adjusting it to make sure it suits your needs.
Okay. Got Director Fedrigo and then Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. So the title and role of the traditional rec coordinator is just not working in Narromata any longer. So we're looking at moving to a different type of service level, which would be more of a community, economic, and social development coordinator role that would then continue to work with the nonprofits in our community, would work through the economic development plan that we're currently working on, and then work through some of the social issues that are happening in the community. So we're just kind of shifting that service level in the way that we can provide for narrations. So just a bit of clarity on why for Area E, we're moving away from the rec coordinator title and where we're kind of headed with the service level for the community.
Okay, thank you. You're okay, Director Roberts. So over to Director Gettins.
Yeah, thanks. Just to, oh, sorry, it's louder than I thought it was going to be. Just to follow up with the other directors too. So Area F, there is a vacant position. And so we said just pause on filling that position again. With Area F, as you know, there's Falder and Meadow Valley and Greater West Bench, and all those communities, including North Beach, pay into recreation. And we don't have very much recreation in Falder and Meadow Valley, nor is it a citizen request to have recreation. They have their own access to the great outdoors, and that's why they're there. Greater West Bench generally had a few walking clubs, maybe some coloring contests, and an Easter egg hunt, and those used to be traditionally put on by the citizens as well. We also don't have a community center. We have the school, and the school can be accessed by citizens as well. So we just wanted to trial it to see how it felt in the community. And if we do bring it back, then we need to look at the service area more closely because it's a little bit unfair where the recreation is happening. So that's why we're trialing it for a year.
Okay. CAO?
Just to add on to the director's comments, West Bench does pay into Penticton recreation.
All right, seeing nothing further there. Do we have any other change requests, Wayne? Or should we deal with them individually? Maybe let's hear them all and then go back and make a quick decision on each of them. So.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk in the closed meeting on some of them, so
yeah,
that might be where we make the decisions.
I think we have to make the decision out, but we'll discuss them in.
Yeah.
So. Okay, next one.
All right, so the next one is emergency management in Area H.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. Yes, this is director-driven proposal for electoral area H, Director Coyne Sr. And he's proposing that we pay 1/3 of the Princeton Fire Service Manager salary to increase local representation throughout the electoral area. It will be contingent on a survey. So first of all, this year he's proposing to pay it out of a fund, rural projects, sorry. Didn't keep that name in my head, the rural projects fund that he has. But to move forward, we would have to establish a service bylaw so that it's all paid through electoral area H. And we will require a memorandum of understanding of how that role will work with the regional district.
Okay, any questions on this? Not seeing any hands, so I guess we'll deal with it after. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is the invasive tree program, and Justin will present on this.
Welcome, Justin. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is a program that we initiated in the fall of 2023 to just trial the removal and treatment of invasive species specific to Area F. As it was a new initiative, we just kind of operated it through rural projects through the contingency for the latter part of 2023 and the 2024 version of it. So this request is to put a line item in the budget specifically for that, to continue this program in the rural projects budget.
And that would be for Area F
Area,
specifically.
yeah.
Okay, Director Roberts. And then.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a question in regards to this. I'm assuming, again, it's on regional district property. And if so, my question would be, is this something that would like expand or become part of something that tied with like rails and trails recreational centers like what we have in Karamias, or the, the Cobo Park areas where we have Siberian elm issues and all that. So I'm just wondering if that is something that was kind of thought about maybe as a possible expansion if wanted by the directors, and if it is in regards to regional district properties. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jason, or Justin.
Thank you. So for West Bench specifically, this was just a concerted effort primarily for the first 2 years on RDOS owned properties. So that was our primary focus. We did tackle one site that we're pretty proud of, that we worked and partnered with Penticton Indian Band, Fortis, and Ministry of Transportation, which was kind of our showcase site, which was just fantastic, I think. Generally speaking, for our program, we always try and tackle invasive species as we go through our work. As most of you know, there's quite a few of them out there. This project, again, successful because we were given some additional resources to go after it, target it, remove it, treat them, and then now we're in the monitoring stage. So we haven't quite tackled invasive removal on this scale. So how are the treatments working? How are we maintaining them?
Okay. You want
Yeah, I
say
can
anything,
add to
Director
that.
Gettens?
Yeah, it's actually, I just wanted to congratulate Justin because he really took this in a way and it far exceeded any expectation that we had. So like everybody, you get calls from citizens about the elm and if somebody gets an infestation and that kind of thing, or the tree of heaven and everything. So it's been a really great program. And what I also wanted to point out was Justin started putting up signs so citizens could start recognizing what an invasive tree is, especially when we have people that move here from out of the area and everything. So it's been awesome. And it's not, I had to keep correcting myself, it's not a removal program, it's a mitigation program, because there are, of course, you're not ever going to remove them. And then also some animals now have also adapted to them. But it is a way to just sort of to lead by example, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Director Gilbert, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, thanks to the chair. And I think it's kind of just what Director Roberts brought up in regards to, the expansion of it. I think it's great that Area F is taking the lead on something like that. But if you don't have buy-in from others, like plants don't know boundaries. And, we've seen when I was dealing with yellow flag iris in Okanagan Mountain Park, is you had a private property that had a massive swath of yellow flag iris that just floated right into the park. So it would be nice to see where the service goes to expand it throughout the regional district to be able to manage invasive species throughout, because if you're just managing it in one area, like it's still not going to be solving the problem throughout the whole regional district.
Valid point for sure. I do have a hand online. Director Fedrigo?
Thank you through the chair. Yeah, that was my question. Just, I know Justin's been doing some great stuff with trees kind of in all of our area. So just if our areas are getting kind of the same targeted kind of focus, or if some of us have kind of different broader tree management plans.
Is there an answer to that, Justin?
Not sure.
Go ahead.
Yes, again, as I mentioned earlier, through all of our own properties, we do try. Naramata's seen a lot of invasive trees removed through park projects typically. Manitou Park, I think 70 trees ultimately went down along the parking lot and other areas to facilitate that big renovation project a couple of years ago. Spirit Park, we took out a few this year. But it is just as our tree budget allows, and we prioritize it or try and take advantage of existing works. Again, the West Bench model that we've had has given us the ability to really go after it and focus on it.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands, so thank you for that. We'll discuss later. Next one.
Next one's Justin again.
Okay. Over to you.
So I apologize, I missed the first part of this morning, but this is the hard costs associated with the lead hand FTE request that Mark presented on. So hard costs are associated with new assets, new builds. So if we build a new bathroom, we need toilet paper, cleaning supplies, contractor costs. Adria Tunnel is a good example where engineering for the next few years, there's lighting, we need electrical. So hard costs like that, and then our equipment time, travel time to get up there.
Okay, any questions on this? Guess it's dependent on whether we approve the first one before we'd have this, just as my first question. Kind of.
You're okay.
Hand in
They're
hand.
hand in hand.
All right. Not seeing any other hands up, so thanks for that. Next one, I think, is you. Yes.
So this is Naramata, request through the community and the director, specifically Manitou Park, but there's some really high use areas. Manitou Park has the farmers market. We host a big BC bike race event there. Over the years, that turf is just starting to get beat down a little bit. It's getting uneven in spaces. So this is a program to be more targeted for turf management in Area E. Aerating, top dressing, and fertilization program beyond what we do currently.
Okay. Fairly straightforward, but Director Federico, go ahead.
Thank you, the chair. Justin, just wondering if this is showing up specifically because you want it to be an annual line item that's in there, or whether this is just something that could have been just put into the operations budget.
Justin?
The idea for this is that it would be a continuing line item for a few years anyways. It's not, this program isn't supposed to be a one and done fix, especially in Manitou. But as we go through the other parks, even Wharf Park, which we had fantastic seed take this fall, still will need those coming up. So I think between your other park spaces, there's value in continuing it for many years.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands, so thank you for that. Next one, Wayne.
Okay, the next one is a website redesign, and Eric will be speaking on this one.
Okay. Go ahead, Eric.
Hello again to the chair. The original budget for this, communication looked at a budget of $150,000 as a ballpark of what it might cost. We've done some research, and the ask this year for 2025 is $75,000, and we're asking for early approval. That will fund a contractor who is already working with the organization on an energy hub project, which is web pages to do with sustainability and other projects. So this person is already in the back end of the website, and we can basically, the $75,000 would cover the cost to prepare and build a new functional website by the end of 2025. You okay with that, Ryan? Director Graham, I should say. He has a lot of knowledge on these things, so I'm just looking for feedback. Now, for year two in 2026, if the RDOS is interested in enhancing what has already been built, there could certainly be another request, but not for the same amount of money, not 75, but that won't necessarily even be something that we ask for. What we're looking at again is a functional website better than what we've got, and that serves the needs of the residents and people who would be looking for information, and that would be ready before the end of 2025. So one of the things that communications will do is work with the contractor to take up some of the, we'll call it heavy lifting, which would be the interacting with departments and divisions within the RDOS to get all the content that's required, so that we're not having the contractor have to do that. And then we'd work with the contractor as well on training, and we're really trying to limit how many people are involved in the website as far as updates. Develop a streamlined process. If you want to put new content on, it goes through communications, then we don't have random information out there. And the Information Services Department would provide support during this project on the back end, so basically system access. So that would be the highlight of that project, and if there's any questions.
Okay, I've got a couple, Director Coyne and then Monteith.
Yeah, a couple, Eric. First, will we have all of our bylaws and that on the website? Because it's really hard right now to find any of that if it's even on there. And secondly, will we have the capability of submitting permits and whatnot electronically if we go this route? I know it's expensive, but.
Absolutely. To the chair, anything is possible, and that's what we've been looking at over the last year, is talking to other regional districts to find out how to simplify the process. What are people looking for? So part of the process is to go through analytics. What are people actually looking for? Then talk to the departments and divisions. What are people actually calling you about and asking about? What information is not there? And also accessibility is a really big part of what needs to be improved with the RDOS website. And that is right across the board for people. We're talking about sight, vision, but also people whose first language isn't English. Is it easy to find what they're looking for? And there's a number of options for that. But images can really make a big difference. You're looking for something and there's an image of whatever that may be that can make it easier to find. So absolutely, to answer your question, the goal is to make it accessible for the kinds of information people are looking for.
Okay, thank you. Director Monteith and then Taylor.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm assuming this is specifically for the main RDOS website, not the regional connections. And is it possible to move the regional connections to the main RDOS website? Because it's really confusing for people to go to two different websites to access the same regional district information. And I guess my other question is, when was the last time the website was redone?
Go ahead. That's a good question.
To the chair, 1966. No. Website was redone approximately 2018. And it was a process. I wasn't involved in that process. And I remember I was here as a contractor at the time. I don't think the process achieved all the purposes that people were looking for. It was kind of like a bunch of people provided input, and that's what you got, was a mixed bag of a website. And the goal this time around is not to do that. We didn't have a communications department at the RDOS at that time that could have a focused approach to this. To answer your question, I've spoken with different organizations and experts in the field about having that, what we call the engagement website, RDOS Regional Connections. The functionality of that versus what you could do on your own website, it actually makes a lot of sense to have it there. But the real key is that if someone goes to the RDOS website, it should be seamless. If they're looking for projects, they click and it takes them to Regional Connections, and it's not buried, it's not hard to find. But having it separated does actually make sense for a lot of the nature of that website. There's a lot of images on it, and it's a bit more robust than what a regular website is. We could certainly, and I've talked to people about the idea of integrating that into the regular website. You're kind of building a bigger website than you need, and the costs go up considerably. So that's the challenge there. Also, I should say the idea with the new website is it's an umbrella website to bring everything under one page. So for example, if there is an emergency and you go to the RDOS website, there's a red band that would be present, and you would see there's something going on. It's not buried, where is the EOC or Emergency Operations Center. And then the other thing is when someone does click on it, it would take them to a page, not a separate website. So all of the other individual websites that are hovering out there right now would be brought under one, with the exception of RDOS Regional Connections. And I do appreciate what you're saying. It can be confusing. Our job is to make it not confusing and make it really accessible so people can find it without a challenge.
Okay. I've got Director Taylor, Gettins, and then Holmes.
Just echo the comment about regional connections, and just having seamless connections between Voyant Alert as well. Like, people are getting lost right now. So yeah, it'd be great if we could improve that.
Okay. Director Gettins and then Holmes.
Thanks, the chair. Is this carryover or carry forward from last year? Because we had this on the budget last year. Is that what this is? So it won't increase anything?
But it's dropped by half.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. Director Holmes.
So my only concern with the redesign is that whoever does it really understands public sector. I find the way websites are going is they become so glossy, and they lose their functionality. And I think we need to recognize the difference of the private sector or commercial. They're putting forward what they want to sell, and we need to keep focused on that. We need to put forward what people want to buy, so to speak, right? And it's the opposite way of thinking of what most web designers are producing these days. And we need to really, focus on what people want and what information they're access, not what we want to push at them. And so the functionality is important. I've seen a lot worse public sector websites than ours right now. Ours isn't actually that bad when you compare it to a lot of others. And so I just hope we don't lose that because it's quite functional. You can find what you're looking for. So I hope we don't lose any of that just to make it glossy and look nice. So.
Response?
To the chair, the idea is not glossy at all. It's functional. That's where we constantly get feedback from people who work in the building, in fact, and also from board of directors that it's hard to find things. And I've mentioned before that Communications Monthly facilitates a meeting of communications people from regional districts around the province. We've talked on numerous occasions about website redesigns and some of the challenges. There are some really good examples out there of what does work, and that's really what we're trying to focus on. The main thing is if someone goes to a website, they're looking for something. How do they find it easily and quickly? And that's what we're working on. It's not about patting ourselves on the back or making it pretty so people get all excited and say, wow, you're a good graphic designer. We really, really want it to be functional. It has to be functional.
Okay, Director Monteith.
Through the chair. So 2018, I was elected, started hearing about this internet for the board, yet to receive access. So is that going to happen through this? Or like, I keep being told, you know, go on the internet on the
Intranet.
yeah, and I've never had access. So is that going to be fixed with this, or how do we get access?
It's separate, but it's not something that's impossible to fix. It's something that, thank you for bringing that up. I will certainly bring that up to the information services folks and work on. There is a version of it right now that is available, and obviously if you're having trouble getting in there, that's a concern. So they are two separate, but we'll work on that. I'll put that on the list. It's on the list right now. Okay.
Well, some of us do, but you have to have them install it onto your computer. So there's a link.
Yeah.
And if without that, I could never get in. But if you ask them to put it on there, you just hit the button and it opens it. So that's all you need to get done.
It's on the list. Apologies for the delay.
Anything further? Seeing no hands, thank you.
Thank you.
Next one, Wayne.
Okay, the last one is a request from a director, and it's for BC Tree Fruits History Conservation, and Mark will present.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
Board, and thank you for putting the mic on. So this project is BC Tree Fruits Historical Conservation. With the cessation of BC Tree Fruits, they've been in operation for almost 90 years. It's a significant loss that the Oliver District Heritage Society has flagged and is looking to endeavor on a project to preserve and conserve some of the deep history that exists in a number of artifacts that the BC Tree Fruits has accumulated over almost 90 years. So the project itself is intended to last work over 3 years, have an impact of about $106,000. It can partially be funded through reserves, although there are two scenarios that this can be handled through should the board wish. It does look to include labor and, of course, the long-term storage and processing of these artifacts. The two scenarios I was just mentioning, the first one is to handle it through 7890, and that would be a sub-regional service. You can see the tax requisition anticipated through this scenario. The alternative is to have it through Oliver and Area C, and that would be through code 7820, and you can see the differing impact here with the corresponding contribution from the gas tax and the other scenario looking at using a portion of the reserves. I believe that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on this? Looking around, I see a hand, Director Knodel first, and over to Director Taylor after that. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, this is a project that was kind of dear to my heart, but it's become excessive for the years beyond 2025. And I'm not sure whether, like, some of this may belong in the central Okanagan area, and I'm just not sure how we go about divvying this up. But I wouldn't be looking to carry this past 2025 other than just storage, and storage is quite reasonable. Things may change in the future, but they may not. Storage isn't a big deal, but the archival portion of it, 50,000, 40,000, that's excessive. And I don't think it's doable past 2025. Thank you.
Okay, Director Taylor?
Yeah, I think that the rest of the Okanagan has got a significant interest in the tree fruits industry. I mean, I did a thesis in tree fruits, so I've got an interest in it, but I'm not sure that it's an RDOS responsibility. I mean, I understand that some areas do fund museums. Ours don't. We have a self-funded museum society, and I think if you go to a lot of cities, communities, museums are largely funded outside of the municipalities.
Probably more the other way, but irregardless, there's a mix. Director Coyne?
Yeah, first, can we go back a slide so I can see that other breakdown? So if I understand this correctly, it's so we can help the Oliver and District Museum and Archives. So are we buying materials for them, or are we providing them with software? Like, should be like a one-time grant. Here's the money. Here's what we're willing to give to you. And if you guys want to do the rest of the project, fly at her. But I mean, they should have software in place. Well, they should have software in place for management, for their collections management. They should have storage. They may need extra, but I don't understand the scale of this. Like, it's a lot of money, and it's an ongoing commitment that we've got going on here. So it's like a one and done as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, CAO?
So from what I understand, right now, we're just trying to save the artifacts, and this would be just storage. Step 2 is to try to find someone that would take responsibility. If no one takes the responsibility, then we have ownership of those heritage items, mostly our pictures. So there is a risk of what do you do if we now have them, it's our responsibility, we need to move forward, and it could be in storage.
Follow up?
Yeah, so if we're talking like photos and documents, like has anybody even discussed this with any of the archives in the valley? Like, are we taking on all of the archives for, the 90 years of BC tree fruits? Like, who's going to manage? Like, that's not a job for this organization. I understand the importance of this. I mean, it should go to one of our local archives, or it should go to the BC archives, and they can manage it. And it'd be a great donation to give to them, but I don't think it's our job to be in the archives business.
CAO?
Short-term solution is that we do have them right now in our control. We pay for 2025, and we have a year to find a home for it where it's not on the taxpayers' bill. I would assume so, but I'd have to, we are paying for storage, so I'm assuming we are owning them.
I'm not sure on who owns them, but I'll go to Director Knodel.
A big portion of that money was for archivists to separate the stuff. And yeah, it is daunting. I mean, there is a full pickup truck load of documents on top of pictures and blueprints. The documents themselves, like I say, beyond storage, like there's the minutes for every meeting since conception. It's a daunting thing. So they were looking to hire, they're planning on hiring an archivist to go through it and try to sort it at this point, because they don't even know where to go with this material. Myself, I'm not prepared to go much beyond storage and trying to figure out where the responsibility can be shifted to. It is a huge project. Don't misunderstand it. The truckload of material was a little breathtaking. From my point of view, though, they're very concerned about storage for the documents. I'm not so much so. Most of those documents sat there for the majority of 90 years in a basement cellar. So in the storage locker that costs us about $1,000 a year, they can stay there for quite a while without, with probably less damage than they'd ever see in that locker. The photographs and whatnot, there was a much smaller volume of, and I think they can sort through that in 2025. But the documents are going to be the one, and we'll have to make a decision at the end of 2025 what happens with those documents, whether other museums and archives want some of it, all of it, parts of it. That's the point we're at. I'm not in full agreement with hiring an archivist for ourselves unless it's a full regional program. But I have to agree with Director Coyne that there's a provincial flavor to this, to that portion of this thing. So at this point, I would be more than willing to sponsor getting through 2025. Beyond that, we'd have to make a decision next year, in my opinion. Thank you.
Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I don't want to keep going over on this, but if they're in our care, did somebody sign them over to us? Like, do we have the documentation to say that they're now in the regional district's care to look after? Like, I just need a yes on that, because that determines the next step, I think.
That's a question I can't answer, but CAO.
Like who picked up this truckload of stuff?
The Oliver Archive.
So I can't answer that because staff, regional district staff was not involved in moving it over to where they currently are.
Okay, so the next step, like, I don't know how many of you have any experience with museums, but there's got to be documentation on having this stuff, because that determines who's responsible for it. So somebody signed for this stuff. Now, if we're the ones who signed for it, then, and it's in the regional district's care, and we're the ones responsible for it. Now, we have a due diligence to make sure that they're safe. If that's the case, then if one of our local museums or archives can't handle this, then honest to God, we should be looking at the BC archives, because this is a bigger thing. We could probably get somebody like Doug Cox to be able to, digitize the photos if we want to keep the photos, and then send the rest of the BC archives. Like, this is a big project that is a museum job, not a regional district job. This is not a thing that we should be in the business of. We have archives and museums from Princeton all the way to Suyas, all the way up to Summerland. Let's let them do their job, but it's whoever signed for it is now responsible for it.
Yeah. Director Knodel?
The BC Tree Fruits actually did give permission for that material to be removed to the Oliver Museum, Heritage Society. There was a very short window that they had to be able to remove that material from the building before it was turned over to the lawyers, at which time it wouldn't have been available. So the Oliver Museum did take possession of it. It was, and there was permission granted. There were two of the managers from BC Tree Fruits that granted that permission.
Okay. Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, wouldn't this really be a project? And it's going to need staff time to, even if we say we're just going to store it at the halfway through the year, it's going to take someone, my sense, a full-time job to figure out who gets it next. So that would be a concern, where that's going to be a project on our project list, and it's going to be funded separately. We'll talk about it in strategic planning, maybe.
My understanding is, though, it's in the possession of the Oliver and District Archives. It's their responsibility right now, and they're unable to handle it. That's the problem. They don't have the means to store it or the manpower to deal with it. That's what this request is about. Is there a hand? There we go. Director Johansson. Go ahead, Director Johansson.
I guess I'm just wondering about, I know the first slide here shows 2025 is zero. That's because we're using the reserve, from my understanding, and it's a regional project. Like, I'm not sure that this is a regional district project at all. I think we need to do a bit of work to try and find out where the proper home is for this. Considering it's not just an Oliver Asuyas sort of issue, the BC tree fruits goes throughout the regional district as well and further north. So, you know, storing it's one thing, and I don't know if we can use the reserve just to cover storage costs and figure out where this goes after. Maybe Jim can comment on that, because I think unless it's a regional service, we can't use the reserve. So there's a bit of confusion about that. I just like cleared up, but I do agree with Director Coyne. I think we need to, this is a big job and it needs to be, you know, handed off to the right people that can take this project forward. Thank you.
Okay. CAO?
So from what I understand, BC Tree Fruits, yes, it's in the Okanagan, but it's also in the Similkameen. So that covers.
No, but he's meaning it's a regional type project.
Last I heard, Karamias was part of Similkameen. So one of the things that I can do is I can contact my counterparts in the north and the central Okanagan and see if they're willing to take on some of the responsibility.
Okay. Director Coyne.
This will be the last thing I say about it. If I have no problem with this being a regional initiative to save these documents and the pictures and everything else, but again, I think this is like way bigger. This is way bigger than than our regional district. I think this is a big provincial thing. I really, honest to God, think that if we have any say in this, it should probably be handed over to the BC archives so it can be looked after, cataloged properly, and accessible to everybody. Because it's a big part of the history of British Columbia. It's a big part of the history of the Okanagan. And I mean, it's the reason a lot of us are here is because of the agriculture industry. So, you know, let's be truthful about this. This is bigger than us. And the people who should be managing this is probably the BC archives, not the regional district. And I don't know how, if the Oliver Asuyas or Oliver Regional Library or Museum or whatever can't handle it, then let's encourage this, because there could be some really important documentation in there, and it should be everybody's, not just one of ours.
Okay. Director Bush.
Okay, I agree with Director Coyne. I don't think this is our responsibility. And I would think like 90% of this stuff is like my parents' pictures. None of the kids want them anymore. It's, you know, I'm not saying there isn't some good stuff in here, but I'll guarantee you that most of it should be just thrown out.
Director Holmes.
Yeah, I'm all for finding a proper home for it, but I don't think we're it. I think there's the Royal Museum and Archives. Somebody should contact them. There's a BC Farm Museum, maybe contact them, and even the Federal Canada Agricultural Museum and Archives. That's the kind of level I think we're talking about. I don't think this should have anything to do with this.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, thank you for that. I think we're going to have to
thank you.
Make the decision later. But.
So I think it's now time for the closed session.
All right. I've got a little thing to read here. I have to put the glasses on to read her. We're looking to close under the Community Charter Section 91C of Labor Relations and Other Employee Relations, and Section 91D, the security of the property of the regional district. So looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved, seconded, thank you. A question? Before I call the question, go ahead.
Yeah, this is in regards to this. I'd just like to know why, are we, in this closed session, are we talking about existing staff, or are we talking about the FTEs that went through this presentation that are not staff yet?
CAO?
We're talking about new staff, and the board last year stated that they don't feel comfortable in talking in an open meeting because it is regarding people that, and some of them may be applying from within. So they just didn't feel comfortable in having an open meeting.
Go ahead, Director Gilbert.
Thank you, through the chair. So I have issues with this because this does not, I think, qualify or meet the merit of a closed session. We're not talking about labor relations or employee relations because these are not staff yet. And two, we are talking about a bylaw. I know that we're not voting on a bylaw, but when it comes to the public, they should have the information of why the regional district is not, and why directors are going to be voting against putting in FTEs. I'm going to be voting against this closed motion for the fact that I do not believe that this motion meets the merits to labor relations and employee relations, because we're not talking about existing staff. We're not identifying staff within this, what do you call it? How do you say, within going to close? And quite frankly, I think that it's unfair for the public. As I said, for that board of directors are scared to make motions about hiring new staff. That is inappropriate in my mind. So I'll be voting against going in camera.
Just to be clear, we won't be making motions. It's just strictly discussion. I think the motions have to be made in the open session. So do you want to point? And then I'm going to go to staff.
Thank you,
here.
through the chair. Just one point. That might be the case, but still, we're having discussions about, we're not having discussions about labor relations or employee relations. We're having discussions about the budget and FTEs, which to me does not meet the merit of a closed session for Section C.
Go ahead, Jillian. Ms. Cram.
I would invite you to consider whether or not some of those FTE requests, you may wish to be commenting or asking questions that affect or pertain to our current employees. If we're asking for an additional staff and you want to make any type of comment about our ability to continue or increase the service level, you are inadvertently or outright commenting on the staff that we currently have and the work that they're able to do or that they have been doing.
Yeah. And that was the rationale for it, but I've got other hands here. I'm going to start with Director Holmes and then Conan's.
For some of these positions, I don't see how you can talk about them without also talking about existing employees. Simple as that.
Okay, Director Conan's.
I would ask that, I mean, in experience as a Penticton City Councillor, that we, through the chair, that we've gone through an entire budget now where staff brought forward staff FTE recommendations, and publicly we had a public discussion about whether that was going to happen or not. So I would have to agree with Director Gilbert. I mean, if there's something in particular that we need to talk about an employee, that we need to say in camera, this person cannot do this job alone, or this something personal about them, I can understand that. One, there might be one or two, I imagine, instances where we need to talk about that maybe, but to talk about all these FTEs as a whole in camera is not fair to the public. I agree. I think it should be in an open session, even if it's uncomfortable. That's our job.
Okay. Any other questions on this or discussion before I call the question? Go ahead, Director Bloomfield.
Yeah, I'd just like to voice my support for that motion, because as Director Conan said, in the Penticton City Council, we've discussed FTE positions, we've discussed existing staff, not individually. You don't discuss the individual person, but you discuss the position. And I think that's the important, criteria from where you're going to closed or staying open. I think, you have a transparent discussion about the services that we provide, the staff that we have, the positions, not the people, the positions. And you have that in the open meeting. If it's discussing individuals, then that's a closed meeting discussion.
Okay, Director Barkwell.
I think it's a very interesting and healthy debate, but when it comes right down to it, it impacts my sympathy for the position of Director Gilbert, but I think it inhibits the discussion too much. It gets too close to personalities and people, and I support the closed version.
Okay, anything further? I thought Director Federico shaking her head no now. So, okay. Seeing no more hands, we're calling the question on going in camera or not. I'll call the question. All those in favor of going in camera? Thank you. Those opposed? I've got Director Gilbert, Bloomfield, Conans, and Knodel. I believe Director or CAO, you can't vote on this. Do you have a comment?
Well, if I can't vote, then I'll comment. So just to state, it's closed under the Community Charter, Section 90.1.c, and also point D.
Yes.
And one other thing is, as far as the program change requests, the only one that would technically qualify for in-camera is the webpage. And there's a reason for that, and I can discuss that in the webpage, in the webpage in the in-camera meeting.
I believe the motion carried. I'll just check with Ms. Cram on that, with only 4 opposed.
I have 4 opposed, so the motion would carry.
Okay, so we will go in camera, and we will be careful on the discussion, not letting it get too general. We got to stick it to the closed sessions. I'll ask Adam to start to get us into closed. You had a quick question?
Yeah, this is really important to me. I'm having trouble with access to in-camera agendas. So we're getting sent them into our mail. I have mentioned this before, and we just get so much mail. And like, for example, I'm looking this morning, last night, for the in-camera agenda, and I couldn't find it. I talked to some people here, and they said, there's no in-camera today. There's no in-camera. Oh, yeah, there is. Oh, it's not. And I was wondering, Jillian, what can we do through the chair to make this an easier, accessible, as, you know, I think might have been, the agenda might have been sent 2 weeks ago. And sometimes it's sent by different people. Can you just help me with this to be able to access the in-camera?
Ms. Graham?
There was no separate in-camera agenda sent out for today. So you're not missing out on something today. With respect to how you are provided the in-camera agenda, I think that is worth a separate conversation as to how best to get that to the various directors.
Okay. Go ahead, CAO.
Also, at the first budget workshop, there was a PowerPoint in-camera presentation, which we're going to present right now. That is the only part of the agenda that is in camera. And I'm next up after this discussion.
I'm just checking with Adam. We are in camera. It's there? Okay. All right. So we're back in open session, and we will officially break for lunch. So half an hour and we're back at it. I think we better go with a half an hour because we're behind. So. No. Okay, I'm getting a thumbs up from Adam. We are ready to go. We'll go back into session if everybody can get seated. We seem to be missing a bunch of people. A few must have went outside. Where did the CAO disappear to as well? He's probably got the other directors. No, we're okay. We're missing a few extra directors, although I think we do have a quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We do have a quorum, but now we haven't even got a corporate officer here, so she just went to find the CAO. So we'll get started as soon as they're back. Oh, I don't know how that works, so.
I always find going through your F series or whatever, trying to find, no, I want that item. Where do I find it?
She went looking down the hall for him. She just went into the staff room, I think, looking for Jim, so. Okay, we can get started, but we do need our recording person back so we don't miss out on the minutes or whatever. But to start, we're going to deal with the staff hires. We could do it one of two ways. We could either do it as a block as recommended by the CAO, or we can do it individually. Is there a desire from the board to go one way or the other? If someone was prepared to move the recommendations from the CAO, or do we want to add or change some of that? Director Taylor?
I'd move what the CAO has recommended with the exception of the parks lead hand.
With the exception of the parks lead hand? Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Director Holmes is seconding it, so we've got a motion on the floor. Director Bush, you want to discuss?
Yeah, so could we remove the bylaw coordinator until we talk about business licenses?
I think we should put that one on hold for a bit until we make that determination as to where we go, for sure, with the business licenses, absolutely.
So can I make that as an amendment?
Do you want to remove it for now, or should we leave it on there subject to?
Oh, subject to, sure.
Which is the way it's stated, but is there something more than just we want to deal with then the adoption of the business license bylaws? Is your thought?
Well, I don't want to have this included yet. It's all included in one motion.
Okay. Director Gilbert?
Thank you through the chair. And just to clarify, when we're voting on this, is this voting in principle? So it's not going directly?
It just goes into the budget at this time, and it's always subject to the board making a decision. Once we see what the budget actually looks like, you can withdraw, add, whatever, at a later date.
Okay.
Thank you, through chair. I think there's this clarification for that in regards to, you could probably, if you pass it now, but we could still be taken out of the budget at a future date after maybe we look at the short-term
Well,
rental.
just so everybody's clear, at the next board meeting, we do discuss business licenses, and we'll have a direction at that time. If it wants to be removed at that time, we can deal with it. But I'll go first to Director Holmes and then Gettens. I thought I seen his hand first, but go ahead.
So if we pass the bylaw coordinator now it's on condition that the business licenses are all in place before the person's actually hired. Does that mean it still goes into the budget and is taxed for this year, or if we don't approve it now and wait until the business bylaws, then what a budget amendment would have to come to us? Is that correct?
My understanding is there is no taxation for it, but I'll let the CAO explain it.
So you're correct. Because there's no taxation, it's funded from the business licenses. It can happen at any time. And that's why it's perfectly all right to say contingent on, it could be October, November, or it could be 2026.
Yeah. Okay, follow up?
So just to confirm, there's no tax implication either way, no whatsoever.
Correct.
Okay, I have Director Gettens and then over here and someone online. Yes.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to make sure, because I know when we were talking earlier about the parks hand, I don't know if I can support this motion because I want the parks lead in
Lead
it.
hand.
So I won't be supporting the motion as it stands.
Director Taylor, is it, and then I'll go to online.
I'm not saying I'm against the parks lead hand. I just wanted to have separate discussion on that.
About that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not against it. I'm just saying I'm picking off these four and let's go.
Okay. Director Federico?
Thank you, through the chair. So that was one question, just if Director Taylor could elaborate why no lead hand. So I look forward to that conversation because I'm also interested in keeping that position. And then just to go back to bylaw coordinator, it'll be contingent on business licenses, but is there going to be flexibility in areas or a part-time position depending on who's interested in it? Or is it just a flat, if it's not a full-time position, we're not hiring at all?
CAO?
It would be difficult to hire a part-time position. With a number of business licenses, we would anticipate we are looking at a full-time. And as far as the financing or funding of it, is each area that requires business licenses, that will be help fund the position.
Okay. Follow up to that, Director Federico, or are you okay for now?
A quick follow-up. Then again, depending where it goes and with business license, is there a possibility for a fee for service if it isn't going to be a full-time position that's supported by all directors?
I'm not sure. CAO?
I don't quite understand that question. Could you repeat it?
Go ahead. Director Federico?
Yeah, just if there is areas like for area E, like we're very interested in having this position. And so it's just if there isn't mutual support around the board for it, then is there a way that, area E or areas that would like it can support it on a fee for service or other type of funding model that could support having it?
CAO.
So those areas that do not have a business license, the only funding model is taxation. And not taxation, it would be to pay for the cost of the bylaw director or the bylaw coordinator. That's why it's, if you have business licenses, it controls, you have a better control of where they are. You're able, the province has actually received an email recently that actually recommends, they don't state you have to, but it recommends you have a business license so that they can actually catch the people that don't have licenses and they would investigate them.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm confused. So Director Taylor, you made a recommendation to accept the CAO's recommendations, but the parks lead hand, were you including that? Because that's already been included with the CAO recommendation.
He's taking it out, so it's discussed separately, is the idea. So it's just the block of, is it 4 recommendations? CAO?
So you can see it on the screen right
Oh,
now.
okay. There it
Everything-
is in front of us.
Everything in yellow is being recommended.
The lead hand, which we'll discuss separately if it wants to go in or not. So it's these ones as a block with the exception of the parks lead hand. Okay, CAO, and then I'm going to
Added to that, just so that the board knows, in the recommendation, I don't know if you noticed it, we're asking for early approval for the utilities coordinator, which was ranked number 3 overall, and for the solid waste operations manager. So, because this way we can actually, don't have to wait until March to hire, and we can, positions can be posted immediately.
Okay, would that not have to happen in a regular board meeting versus a budget meeting, or just?
I'm asking for your approval now, rather than.
Okay, that could be a separate motion, though,
Yes.
that we approve those two after for,
I know, but I'm going to approve, just in principle.
in principle?
Yes.
Okay. Any further comments on this? Make sure I didn't miss anybody. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now, I think there was the one for sure that some others want to, do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move forward with the Parks and Facilities lead hand, please.
Lead hand, it's seconded. Discussion on that one? Director Taylor? I'm looking to Wayne or somebody who's got the control of that. Funding lead hand for the lead hand
Yeah, I
position?
don't believe that information was circulated earlier. I think it just got circulated today or for the parks lead hand.
We're getting it up here now.
I see a maintenance worker, but
Yeah, I think it was
okay.
sometime last week.
I'm working off of the first deck.
All right, is that what you wanted there, or do you want something? You wanted the one that's paying for it, that? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Director Taylor, what are you? You're wondering about that large amount for you in D? Can Wayne maybe explain a little bit there?
One second here. So area, so this position is funded by Regional Trails, Parks and Recreation Armada, Recreation Commission Okanagan Falls, Community Services in Area D, and the Cemetery in Area D. So that is why Area D has more expense than the rest of the areas, because they pay for the cemetery, the Community Services, and the Recreation Commission, where the municipalities only contribute to the Regional Trails portion.
I think the vast majority of them do, even the electoral areas, with the exception of D and E.
Yeah.
It's probably all just.
All regional trails.
Regional trails. So. Director Monteith?
Thanks, through the chair. On the PDF that we have in front of us, some of the font is in red, some of it, can you explain that? 'Cause
Yes.
this one has a lot.
So I'll pull that up to you one sec. Yeah, so the red is where the contracts and the operating budget come down. So therefore, the wages, we'll look at Narmada, for instance. The wages for Narmada were $33,000 and the contract reduction was $10,000. So Narmada's portion was $22,000 for that area instead of the $33,000.
Follow up?
Thank you, through the chair. Even though I'd like reductions, how does that happen? Like, is it a reduction in service? Or
It's
I'm
a
assuming that
contract that
who we
would've-
would have paid for $10,000 worth of contract to do some work, the lead hand would be doing that work.
Yeah.
So whether, so let's say it was cleaning the bathrooms twice a week for the summer, then that would be what the lead hand would do, and that's why you could lower the contract. So that's probably not the exact scenario, but
it's an example.
Example of what that would be like.
Yeah. Director Coyne?
So Naramata has a contract position to do just that, clean bathrooms and stuff. Does that mean that that contract is going to go away?
That would be an operational conversation that Justin or Mark would have to explain.
CAO.
So for that one there, Wayne was just using it as an example.
Yeah, that's why I said.
That was just an example.
It isn't the case?
That's not necessarily the
It's just a
case.
bad example.
I won't say bad, but I'll go to thesaurus and find another word, but.
Might not be an accurate example.
That specific contract that you're talking about is going out for an RFP, so that would be separate. So when it says contract, there's more than that, just one contract in that area.
Okay. Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'm late to the party on this, wrapping my head around everything, but in my view, with incorporation coming up, I think I'd rather keep things under contract rather than have them taken over by RDOS staff for now. So that's my thinking. I'm open to comment from the CAO, but.
CAO?
So incorporation or not, it wouldn't affect if you do become a municipality. At the end of the day, you don't automatically inherit all of the staff that we have. If and when you become a municipality, we'd have to redistribute staff. So it's not going to automatically mean that you take on that burden as a new municipality.
It would be up to the municipality how they want to proceed with maintenance and any of their facilities. Anything further? Oh, Director Fedrigo? Or was that okay? Call the question on this. This is for the lead hand position. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Taylor is opposed, but the motion carries at this time. And as a reminder, these can be revisited at any time up until we adopt this budget. So is there anything further in regards to the hires? Seeing, oh, CAO?
Just, I stated in principle, if I may ask, if we have early approval for the utilities coordinator and for the solid waste operational manager.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? This kind of gives us, in principle, this is a little bit more than easy to, it's no longer real easy to remove. So just keep that in mind.
Sorry, that's why I'm asking.
And that's why I was just reminding everybody. Seeing no hands, I'll call a question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we've dealt with the hires. Now it's the change requests in terms of service. We had the FTEs are dealt with. It's now that there was 4 change requests in terms of early, no, that wasn't it. Program change requests. There we are. Oh, quite a few of them. Do we want to go through these one at a time and just say yay or nay to them? We'll start with the recreation removal then for that one. Someone want to move it? Moved and seconded. Any discussion on it? Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I would really like to make sure that the changes are addressed for this.
In terms of your
Making sure that the community
booking-
hall is
the booking
managed
for your hall?
and
Yeah.
maintained by the regional district.
Lots of noddings ahead and everybody's seen it. You're okay, Director Taylor, are you comment?
Point, just no cost impact for Area D.
No, we will have that improved for the first reading for you.
Okay, so make sure those changes are there before we give first reading. You guys got that? Call the question on this. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? That one's done. Emergency management. Someone want to move that one and this one moved, seconded? Any discussion?
I think I need to leave for this one.
CAO?
There is a perceived conflict here, so the director needs to leave before the vote.
Okay. Director Stringfellow is going to vacate. And someone remind me when we're done with this to send someone out to get her, please? Thank you. Any discussion on the emergency management? Not seeing any hands. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And someone invite her back in. Invasive tree program. Director Gettens is moving it. A seconder. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Director Conans?
I just wanted to just follow up on, don't we have right now an invasive tree program that's included with invasive species that we just included plants with it and trees, didn't we? Yeah, I thought we just made that change last year. Does anyone have any update on that?
I'm not 100% certain. Maybe Justin can answer that question. I don't think Oasis does the invasive trees, but go ahead.
Oasis is initiating an invasive tree program. It's more based on the education side. We're doing more on the physical work side with this program.
Okay.
Not that we're not doing some education as well.
So it's slightly different animals. Call the question on this invasive tree program. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Park and trail maintenance. Someone prepared to move that one? Moved. Seconder. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Director Taylor?
Just wondering if it's possible to get, as a pilot maybe, or for consideration, that invasive tree thing brought in on the trail, on the KVR trail?
Justin, comment on that?
We do fairly focused. The Area D section of the KVR has quite a prolific population. And it is one of the areas we do focus on, and we will continue to do that within the capacity we have within the Trails program. So typically at end of season, if we know we have some time left or we're doing some trail, we try and tackle it.
Okay. I would maybe just offer that if you guys could let us know in the future if it's getting ahead of you on the trails, that maybe it's something we could look at dealing with. So just catalog it for us. So on that, question, Director Bush.
So while we're on trails, is there any work still being done on the east side of Vassal Lake for a trail?
Justin.
There hasn't been, west side, yeah, I know what you meant. There hasn't been any recent discussions with the federal ministries or provincial ministries to move that over in a year or more. It is something flagged, some good momentum with some local groups, Trail Okanagan's, and trying to continue to connect that. So I think it's still an issue. We just need to put some effort into it.
If that's something we're going to pursue, it would need to be dealt with. Director Taylor.
I'd be remiss if I didn't draw to our attention that the Vassal Lake Stewardship Group does have a study that I think they've just completed or very shortly are completing and want to bring forward. That would probably be in support of an east side trail.
I think we were aware of that one, but on the parks and trail maintenance, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. The turf management in E. Someone prepared to move that? Moved, seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on this one? Seeing no hands, all in favor? Great. Any opposed? Fair enough. Website design. Moved, seconded. Any discussion on this one? No discussion? Okay. Sorry, Director Monteith.
Thank you. Through the chair, I thought in our presentation there was a decrease in the amount, but it's showing here as an increase.
Can you
Because it was like
explain?
195,000.
I think it was
last year.
150,000 last year.
So
and
now
it's-
we're putting another 100 or another 75,000 to it?
Wayne?
It should be a carry forward. It wasn't presented as a carry forward this year, which is why it came forward as a program change request. So theoretically, you didn't spend the 150, so that's zero. You're going to spend 75 this year. That would be an increase. So that's what that means. But you're still saving $75,000.
Follow up, Director Monteith?
Thank you. So no change to taxation then?
This isn't a hit to taxation, correct?
We
Because we
will have to look into how the reserve funds look. And I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, follow up?
Sorry, follow up again. So we taxed for it last year, but we didn't spend it, so it should be a reserve to be able to spend it this year. So it shouldn't, in theory, be an increase.
That is the theoretical way it should be, yes.
Okay. Any other questions on it? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. BC tree fruits. Someone prepared to, Rick, Director Knodel, go ahead.
I'd only for 2025, we'll revisit it when we figure out where it's going, please. Thank you.
And which option were we looking at here?
That's just for 2025, the storage option. There's
Okay.
only one option for 2025.
I think the question will be who's paying CAO? What was the proposal here?
I believe what I'm hearing from the director, there's the option one where it would be the regional one rather than just Oliver and C, because the regional one has reserves already in there. And the reserves have been sitting there for the last 5 years. That service has had no expenses. It's been zero budgeted.
And the storage fees are what for the year?
I believe I heard the director say $1,000 a year. There's $42,000 in reserve.
Little over about 1,500 a year. It's 130 a month.
130 per month? Okay, so it's moved for taking it out of reserves for 1 year for Director Conans. Do you want to second it or you want to discuss it?
Oh,
Not yet. It's seconded? Okay, so go ahead, Director Conans, and then.
Yeah, I have a question about this. I mean, what I'm concerned about is the regional district taking ownership of this. Once we take ownership of it, which I think is what it means when we start paying for it, storing for it in our own storage unit, as opposed to Oliver's storage unit, when they took ownership, they'll continue to have ownership, and I think they should continue to have, and they should decide what they want to do with it. And they could get advice from the regional district, but I don't think as a board, we should take ownership, or else we will never get rid of it. Who's going to throw away these documents? So I'm going to be voting against this.
Okay, I've got Director Taylor and then Coyne.
Just going to throw, would some areas be willing to look at a grant and aid as to the outfit that's currently storing it? And then we don't own it, we're just helping them pay their storage costs.
I think that's what this basically is, CAO, but.
The reserve could be used equivalent as a grant, for grant and aid. But if you use your own grant and aids, then you're taxing your clients. But if you use the reserves as a donation or based on the condition that they pay it, if they accept that, because at that point they are accepting ownership and responsibility. Just be aware.
Yeah, I've got Director Coyne and then Monty.
So my understanding is that Oliver Museum Archives took this over. They're the ones that signed the papers. We are giving them a grant and aid essentially for this. So it's exactly where we want it to be. If we put a limit on it for, this is the last time we're going to pay for this, it's 1 year. I don't see any problem with this because we're just helping them store the documents so they can get their ducks in a row, so they can get it to wherever it needs to be. And I think if we make it very clear that this is how it's going to, we're willing to proceed, we're willing to help for this 1 year. That's it. I mean, we have to be fair. I mean, BDC Tree Fruits came to a sudden, abrupt stop. They had so many days to get it out. Director Knodel, I'm guessing, is the one that led the charge to get this into storage so that it didn't get lost to the shredders. So I'm in support of 1 year, the $1,500 or whatever. It's a small price to pay to keep a piece of our history.
Okay, I'll go to Director Knodel and then Barkwell.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's the intent. Figure out where it's going to go.
Okay, Director Barkwell.
Yeah, I've been on the board with the Museum Society for about 10 years now. I can't be an expert, but my understanding is there's a real process, formal process for the exception of the documents. And if they were ever going to part with them, then there's a whole bigger process for deaccession. So I don't think there's any risk that just contributing towards the cost of the storage results in the RDOS owning.
Yeah. Do you have comment? Okay. Director Holmes, and then I'm going to call a question.
Yeah, I don't really like the way this has fallen on us. I'd like to know, like, what's the plan here? Why are we just kind of hearing about it now? But I'll go along with 1 year, helping them out for a year. But I certainly hope this doesn't become an albatross around our necks.
Director Taylor?
Yeah, just want to clarify. The first time I heard, and maybe I was deaf, grant and aid just in about the last 5 minutes. So I really appreciate that clarification. For me, that's the deal breaker. If it's a grant, fine.
Okay. It's $1,500 is my understanding. That would be the max. It's $130 per month or something. So all those in favor of this one? Okay. Any opposed? carries for now. Anything further on those ones, Wayne?
I just have clarification on the website redesign.
Okay.
So on the adopted 2024 budget, the website redesign was pushed out to 2025 as a $150,000 expense, and it was funded completely through taxation. So because we're not in 2025 yet, that's why it came forward as a program change request. So it's $75,000 coming from taxation, as opposed to the 150 that was approved at adoption in 2024.
But there was no taxes collected on it in
No.
2024?
No, because it was in 2025 fiscal year as a plan. We pushed it from 2024 into 2025.
Deferred it.
At the board level.
Okay. CAO?
So we haven't calculated year-end reserves yet because the year's not over yet. But if I see a surplus, I would take it back to the board before final reading to fund this through the surplus. And
If there is, yeah.
Yes, if there is.
Okay. I think that's it for the time being. What's the next one we got to deal with here? I got to look at my,
Well, it's up to the board if we want to start the capital funding requests or if.
I think we should.
Okay. So we will start. Sorry, let's get through this. All these slides. Okay. Oh.
Too fast. There we are.
Okay, so we're just going to cover the funding request for new projects. All the yellow highlighted lines in the areas are carry forwards and were already approved in 2024. Many of them have work already started on them, so they cannot be removed. The blue highlighted lines are contingent on getting grant funding, and all these can be found in Schedule E from your guys' package. So we'll start with the first one in the facilities. So when you're looking at the screen, the first area is the 2025 budget. And then the next rows over show how and how much of that budget is being funded. So in this case, we're funding $62,000 out of capital reserve. And then there's a $100,000 recovery from the Narmada Library Society, I believe.
Okay. Do we need to deal with these individually then? So with someone prepared to move it? Director Federico, you're moving it? Seconded? Director Monteith, question or comment?
Just a comment. So I struggle with the administration charge. This is a reserve for the Naramata Library, but we're charging them $2,012 for the reserve account.
CAO?
Like I really struggle with that, just just in general. Like it just feels wrong.
CAO?
So there is staff involvement and time in this, administrative time. And based on the last policy that the board approved, 12% of all administrative cost is redistributed back to capital. Previously to this, there was no administration on capital, which, okay, so it saved the capital. So it underestimated the capital cost at the expense of the electoral areas and the municipalities. And it was determined when the recommendation went to the board that it was fair throughout the organization. So if the board wants to change it back, what's going to happen is the municipalities, because they have a higher assessment, would be bearing the biggest brunt, but you as the regional district areas would also have to pay. So someone has to pay.
Don't disagree. Those administrative charges, when you actually see them, is when you go, whoa, but they do have to be paid for. Call the question on this one. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? Motion carries for now. Next one.
The emergency management, they're all carried forward, so there's nothing to be approved here.
Okay. Question?
So this debenture funds we had requested through alternative approval process, and it's been approved.
Yeah, I think we actually just did it, but go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I see the was it Starlink test is on there. Have we started that? Do we know?
Starlink test, yeah.
Yeah. Anybody here?
Nobody's sure
I'll
on
have
that?
to defer that to Deborah.
Thanks.
She's not here? Okay. We'll get follow-up on that one. Everybody's okay to move on to the next one? Okay. Emergency management.
They're not here as well. They're requesting a 1-ton truck and some smart boards.
CAO, yeah. What's,
I'm not supporting this one.
okay, what is this one about specifically?
I don't have Deborah, if you got, please bring up the form. The form will explain why. What I'm saying is that right now, we're using the vehicles that we do have. So it wouldn't be one that's available 24/7, but there are vehicles that we have in our inventory that can be used when needed. For at least for 2025, I would hold it off until at least 2026 to just see.
Because we've gotten quite a few vehicles now in there, and I'm wondering what's the specific use for this one and the request, but Director Coyne?
Yeah, I don't want to take the smart boards out of there though. I think
Smart boards
we should-
possibly, I
should
can
leave those on
understand.
there. I mean,
Just talk about the vehicles.
I know, but it's all part of the same. Right, so ask.
Oh, we can break it out.
You can break it down, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'll make the motion to keep the smart boards in.
okay, moved and seconded. Discussion on the smart boards? I think we're okay there. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So Director Taylor?
Sorry, I'm trying to get the connection between the order of this PowerPoint and the budget information that was sent to us and has all the worksheets. And I was working off of that. Now I'm looking at this and
They're not jiving?
well, I have no clue. Where we are.
And
Wayne?
I had them as departments so that managers could come up and
Okay.
speak on them all together. That
Right.
was part of the reason.
Okay. We're not going to support, though, the truck is, unless someone wants to move that one, we're going to temporarily hold that out for now
Yeah.
by consensus. Okay. Director Coyne?
Can we just table that until we can hear from somebody what the reasoning is? I don't know what the
Yeah,
reasoning.
I think by consensus, we'll hold off on that, and
I
if
was gonna
there's a real reason for it, we can listen to it later.
I was going to get Deborah back in here to, if there's a reason.
I have the request form that was in your e-package, and the description says, we're requesting approval for the purchase of a 1-ton truck to support emergency service operations. The vehicle will be primarily utilized by emergency management for towing of the Emergency Operations Center trailer and the Structured Protection Unit trailer to and from emergency responses and community events. Additionally, during active responses, the truck will be deployed by site operations, specifically the fire branch coordinator, to enhance our operational efficiency and response capabilities. The acquisition of this vehicle is critical for maintaining and improving our emergency response infrastructure.
Okay. Director Coyne?
Yeah, I mean, if it's to pull our trailers,
Yeah.
I don't feel too comfortable taking that off the table right now. Are we gonna buy this outright or are we gonna lease it? Is my other question on that. And can we get one?
The form has new or used at $90,000 and $20,000 for radios and lights and
Upgrades, anyway.
yeah.
Director Stringfellow?
Just a question. You said we have multiple other vehicles in the system already. Are they a 1-ton?
CAO?
We've had that trailer before, and we've actually had it towed from one to another, so we have a vehicle that can do it. It's, what she's asking for is a dedicated one. And during an EOC, I will let you know, it's, the EOC always has priority. We're not going to give that to staff vehicles to take it up for a dam or reservoir, it goes to the EOC. So that's how it works right now. And with the new department and the senior managers, he just wants a specific dedicated one that's just for them.
Right, the SPU trailer I know is really heavy, so it needs to be a 1 ton at least.
And we do have one that can meet the needs right now.
Okay, Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Then I guess in the question of that, what if that 1 ton is being used by something else in another department and you have an emergency and you don't have another 1 ton to pull the trailer?
CAO?
Like I stated, the EOC takes top priority. If there's a EOC, as soon as the EOC is activated, that is made available to the EOC immediately. Again, this is something, it's a service level increase. If you decide to purchase the vehicle, will it make the department more efficient? Yes, because now they have a dedicated vehicle.
Yeah. I think Director Gilbert was saying and I believe this 1 ton is probably in Justin's department pulling equipment. It might be at the far end of the valley and it needs to go to Princeton.
That's right.
That's where the delay comes in. So that's what I think your point was, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And that was my point. If we have a 1 ton trailer that's being used down in the Soyuz, and then we have an emergency in Princeton and the trailer's here in Penticton, now you're asking for a 1 ton to go all the way from a Soyuz up here to Penticton to pick up a trailer to then move it over to Princeton to be able to deal with an emergency or
There's
else.
an hour delay sort of thing potentially.
Wayne, can you go back?
Director Stringfellow first and then Coyne.
If we have a truck that's suitable, and maybe if they don't get a new truck, could we get funding to upgrade a truck as required? It's also needing the radio if you're going to be on any fire scene, and a ladder rack, all those kind of things, which a truck might not typically have.
CAO?
So if we're going to do that, we might as well buy the vehicle, and that way you know that it's reliable. If you take a look on the screen, it does say that it's being funded from operating reserves, so it's not something that's being taxed. And from what I'm hearing is you want to accept a service level increase, and if that's the way you want to go, the money is there.
Okay, Director Coyne. And
Yes,
then Monty.
so I'm going to make the motion to buy the truck. And if we can buy one used, then let's do that. But if not, we'll buy a new one. So I'll make a motion to buy it.
Seconded, it's on the floor. So any discussion, Director? Okay, go over here to Director Barkwell and then Holmes.
I think that that's way too much money for the remote possibility that it's going to be an hour longer for some emergency that you never saw coming. I guess my question also is there only one truck of all the fleet of the RDOS that can haul this trailer? Maybe there's 2 or 3. And if there is only one, then the upgrade idea of Director Stringfellow to take an existing truck and replace it with one that could have dual purpose. Otherwise, it spends 99% of its time sitting around or else being driven around, which is a really expensive truck just for some staff member to go to a meeting or something. So I can't, there's got to be better alternatives.
Okay, Director Holmes.
So if there's an emergency, we're all working together as one region, and somebody needs a 1 ton truck. Can't Penticton or District of Summerland or Soyuz or Oliver or any other municipality help you out?
CAO?
Based on the corporation that the 7 CAOs have right now, yes, they would help out. Also, we have 3 vehicles that could tow.
There's 3 capable of towing the trailer at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Hey, the motion is on the floor to buy it at this point. Whichever way it goes, it can always be changed later, keeping that in mind. So all those in favor? Okay, those opposed? I would say at this point, it's off the table. We don't need to record the numbers exactly, or the names. I think it's defeated at this point, so. Okay.
Just a question, do we go back to the smart boards then?
They're on at the moment. Is there something? Yep. We've approved them once, so perfect. Next one, Wayne. Information services.
And these are all coming out of capital reserve.
Okay. Direction on this? whole lot of looking. It's moved. Is there a seconder for it? Okay, it's on the floor. Director Monteith, question, comment?
Through the chair, if we're considering, even in the next near future, looking at a different building, does infrastructure make sense if we're thinking of something different? Like, I guess I'm looking at good use for money.
Okay, CAO?
So the staff's already been told that anything that can wait is waiting. Anything here these are things that we need right now. There's issues in this building, for instance, that have to have upgrades. We have issues with the internet, with the different phone systems, et cetera. And if we don't, we're going to be here at least 2 years. It's a 2-year plan, and there's going to have to be some changes. Some of this stuff isn't just going to be walking away from it. It's hopefully we'll be able to use some of it, but we can't just let the building fall apart for the next 2 years. We need to keep the lights on.
A lot of this can move with the
some of it,
facilities if we
some of
do.
it can. And there is a report that I just saw, a draft of it that the board will be getting based on that 2-year plan that hopefully the board will accept moving into a new area.
Okay, that's a future discussion. Director Bush?
Yeah, do we need a early approval for the laptop upgrades? Because I heard that we were gonna get them soon, like maybe even before January.
No.
It was my understanding that we bought a bunch of workstations that we're still deploying this year, so this did not need early approval.
Okay. Director Holmes?
What are the boardroom upgrades?
Ooh. Anybody got an idea on that?
No.
Go ahead,
Adam, can you answer that?
Yeah, well, we have a bunch of equipment that's already been purchased, but we need to, like that Danny was working on, but we need to get it deployed in this room. So there's going to need some additional steps to basically finish the project.
So some wiring and whatnot around.
A little bit extra, yeah, that might be need one more camera or, that kind of thing. So, yeah.
Okay. Anything further? Again, this one can always be adjusted accordingly later. So all those in favor? Good. Any opposed? At the moment it's in. Director Monteith, question?
Thank you through the chair. Where can we find the detailed reports on all of these requests? So
Schedule E,
in the budget the ETF budgets you sent out?
the
or-
PDF, yeah. They're
Is it-
behind each service will have the funding request behind them. Yeah. Schedule E.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
That might be a suggestion in the future is whatever you're going to send out to us as a budget, keep it the same as what we're going to present so that it's easy to follow versus trying to jump around and lose us. Director
Schedule
Bloomfield?
E.
Or maybe just tell us which page to refer to.
Yeah, either or, but even that is sometimes hard to skip around, but anyway. Next
I
one.
will do them in numerical order next time.
Go ahead. Next item. Utilities.
So this is utilities replacement vehicles. We have some aging infrastructure that needs to be replaced.
Okay. Direction on this one? Not likely. Mover? Is there a seconder? It's on the floor. Any discussion? Again, this one's coming out of reserves, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Question, Director Roberts?
Thank you through the chair. In regards to these trucks and the other equipment, and again, I understand that we've got a part of the fleet that's going EV. Is that a part of that whole asset in regards to the resources, and that those vehicles that are going EV, is that freeing up some other vehicles or trucks? Like, I'm wondering what's happening overall with the fleet.
CAO, I'm sure there's going to be some that are getting disposed of at some
Yes,
point.
we're not going to just increase without decreasing. There has to be a reason when we replace a vehicle. So there is a policy in that we do not replace vehicles unless they have a certain mileage or start costing us an unreasonable amount of money. There may be times when we need a new vehicle for a new position, but that's when you authorize an FTE. If you look at the form, it actually tells you if we're going to need a vehicle for them. But in most cases, it's replacing something that is no longer viable.
So that vehicle then is disposed of
Yes.
somewhere along the line?
Or we let another department use it that doesn't have to have it driving from here to Princeton or someplace. Like Campbell Mountain, for instance, they would just drive from one point of the land to another, and that works. It's not that it's still safe. It's just that it's no longer can meet the needs, the original needs.
I'm okay with that to a degree, but I mean, if you keep doing that, pretty soon you're going to have hundreds of vehicles that are now needing to be maintained, and they're all old and junky. What are you doing with them old and junky ones?
So when it reaches a point that it's not feasible and it costs too much to maintain, then we do get rid of them. We just don't.
Okay, so there
we're
is an
not-
exit strategy
there is
for
an
some
ex-
of them.
There is an
Okay.
exit. The bottom line is to try to save money for the organization.
I fully supportive of that, but we do have to get rid of some. We just can't keep keeping forever is the point.
And we do.
Thank you. Call the question on this unless there was a question. Go ahead.
Just on our vehicles, like, have we considered leasing some of our fleet? Because we don't get into this, there's always a point where you have to replace it if it's a lease. And I know it's not popular, but we've started leasing a lot of our vehicles, and when time's up, we trade them in, we get a new one, and off we go. We go back to work, and it's not as expensive as I first thought. I was really anti-lease at first, but the more and more we do this, it's actually saving us money because, it's under warranty and there's other things, and our shop isn't working as hard and stuff. So I'm just asking.
Okay. CAO, any points on that?
We're like the director stated, anti-lease right now. We have looked at it, and at the end of the day, before we make a recommendation, I'd want a business plan, because we use the majority of the vehicles we buy outright, and that means that there's no debt servicing, there's no interest costs, and if we continue watching the maintenance costs, and as soon as the maintenance cost is not affordable, at that point we'll buy a new one. But we can talk to Princeton CAO and CFO and just see what their recommendations are. If they're saving money, it's worthwhile looking at.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll call the question on this. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? For now, it's a carry.
Before we move on, if you have your PDF open, your Schedule E, if you use the little magnifying glass at the top and you type in the 4 digits that are in the title, so sewage disposal, OK Falls 3801. If you type in 3801, it'll jump right to that page on the PDF, and then you can scroll down and see what the funding
What
requests
everything is
are.
there. Okay,
So we'll
see how that works for folks here.
and I'll make them in order next time, but for now.
Okay.
This was sent out back in November when we did our first workshop.
First budget
budget workshop.
Okay.
I can, yeah. I'll send it out again right now through email, just so everybody has it.
Perfect. All right, the next one here.
This one's on page 79.
Next item up. He's getting that sent out to folks. You can follow along now. Okay. Where are we at here now, Wayne, on the next item?
Just the 3801, has that been passed or?
Yep.
Okay.
Water systems. No, that was on that page, but if there's, let's go back one then. So you want to deal with the equipment?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to clarify with Lisa, is there any change to this since, yeah. Okay.
Yep. Okay, what? Okay. Anybody else have any questions on that one? Okay. And we're going to support that tentatively right now unless someone speaks up and screams no. Okay, next one then. Another one on utilities.
That is the next one.
Yeah. So the majority of this is grants. Some debenture though. And some reserves. None of this is coming out of taxes?
No.
Okay, Director Bush?
Yeah. So is any of this to do with the other water systems we're talking about at Skaha Hills or whatever?
No,
what's it
these
called?
would be all existing ones that we have.
Yeah, so nothing to do with the
Nothing
new
that
ones
we're
now.
acquiring. We haven't even got close to acquiring them yet. We're just in the process. We wouldn't spend any more money than we already have on those, so. Unless someone's opposed to this, speak up. Otherwise, we're going to just adopt it by consensus rather than waste a bunch of time on it. Okay, next one.
Sorry, the PDF's too large for me to email it. It won't let me.
Another one here for the Folder water system specifically. You're okay with this one, I'm assuming, Director Gettins? This looks like your community works funds, so. Unless someone else is opposed to her spending it, we'll move on. Next one is
Willowbrook.
Willowbrook. Director Knodl's okay with this one?
No, I'd like to drop the curbside replacement to 20,000.
Okay. Director Monteith, question?
Yeah, thank you through the chair to the director. If you're reducing that to 20,000, does that mean 30,000 is going to like taxation or what's the plan there?
Plan to spread it out a little farther. We're in desperate financial times here. So it's to drag it out a little longer.
This right now is coming out of your community works funds. That's the proposal, so.
Yeah. But I'm going to bring it down to 20,000, still bring it out of my community works funds. I may need to put some money into just feeding people this year.
Okay. So do you want to make that as a motion? Because that's a change.
Yes, please.
Okay. He's moving it. Director Monteith?
Sorry, I guess I just have a question, because if staff are recommending, because this is for the meters, correct?
Yeah, it's to build the reserves for
So
the
isn't-
meters.
Isn't there economy of scale in doing it in a bulk versus like a smaller chunks?
This is to reserves, what I'm suspecting, but Lisa can maybe clarify?
Yeah, I'll clarify. The project itself is we have a certain number of curb stops, the service connections that we replace every year, just on an ongoing basis. And we typically do them as through our operations budget as on an as needed basis, but we wanted to do a little bit more this year, which is why the ask for the Community Works Fund, just so that we can do more of our curb stop replacements and add the meter pits at the same time.
Okay. And my suspicion is there's a lot of competing need for that Community Works funds, such as curbside collection and all the rest of it. And that's where the changes are being requested from. But Director Coyne.
So this is going to ultimately increase the cost because you're going to have to go and dig twice, right?
Not
Like if
necessarily.
you're going to
She
go
would
and
just
replace
do
curb
less.
stops, but you're not going to put in the meters, and you're going to have.
We just won't do as many. But yes, we'll put the curb stops and the meter pits in at the same time. We just won't be able to complete as many this year.
Okay. So he's requesting it go down to 20. Is someone going to second that? It's seconded though, but discussion? No, there's a couple other hands that did. Do you want to speak to it, Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I guess like where's the intent of that other $30,000 going to then?
Quite likely to food bank or warming center this year.
Community Works funds, he would require him to bring it to the board to spend it elsewhere, but right now he doesn't want it committed to this, is his point. Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Does the Community Works Fund, do those programs fall under that like guideline or policy for it?
CAO?
No, the Community Works Fund has to be capital funding of property that the regional district owns.
Not always. It can go to other things as well, but it's still got to meet the criteria that Community Works funds.
It's more restrictive than the gas tax.
Yeah. Any further discussion on this? Director Gettens, go ahead.
Thank you. So when you say Community Works Fund bracket gas tax, are we talking about two different funds on this page in front of us?
Community Works Fund is one thing and gas tax is another.
Okay, so when it says here, it says.
Sorry, Community Growth Fund. I'm thinking of the Community Growth Fund.
Thank
they're
you.
one
Community
and the
Works Fund
same.
is the gas tax fund, yes.
Thank you.
And the gas tax fund it has to be something to do with capital.
Director Coyne?
So the old gas tax came to an end. We signed a new agreement with the feds, and this is the new name of it, is Community Works Fund, and there's different rules around spending and using this money as there was before. There's some extra things we can spend, like fire halls now, but there's other things that you can definitely not spend the money on. And it's very clear, like it's in the rules, so don't think you can just spend it anywhere.
Yeah. Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So in that case, I'm going to be voting against this motion. We spend the $50,000 to get ahead on this work and make it, have an efficient system here. So I'm going to be voting against the 30,000 cut.
I would just say though that we only get these funds, I think it's twice a year we get installments, but quite often you have to build some in there in order to actually accomplish a project. So whether he's allowed to spend it on a food bank or not, it's not necessarily a bad thing to keep it in reserve. That's the only point I would make. There's several areas that got more in reserve than they're spending, and you have to in order to accomplish any projects. So, Director
Yeah,
Gettens?
thanks. And I'll support the director on this because that is part of having these different areas and different amounts of money. And it's Director Kuno's area. And yeah, he can put it back into reserve if he wants. It's a conversation between him and the utilities manager. So I'll support the director's motion. And it's just, we're not even at the first reading yet. So.
Absolutely. Director Knodel, is that a new hand?
Yeah, I do have a bus stop coming up too that's going to eat up a fair chunk of money. And that's 600 residents that are all in lower income brackets. So, you know, there's another spot. There's quite a few places where this money can go. I'm just slowing the boat a little right at the moment.
Okay. Director Taylor.
Yeah, we had a discussion on meter installs at our last meeting, and I think there was some discussion that we were going to take it back to water boards or groups in the community for input on that. And I think I'm just wondering where that's at. Like, and has this, like somehow we're stuck on meters at the curb. And I guess by hook or by crook, I'd like to see us have that discussion, whether it's at the curb, at the house, wherever, because I feel like we're doing it piecemeal now.
CAO, is there a direction on this yet, or should I let Lisa answer it? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we were going to be bringing a report back in January to discuss why the decision was made the direction that we're going, or that we would like to continue going. Yes.
Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Thanks. Any opposed? The motion carries at this point. So next one. Another utilities, Naramata. You're okay with this, Director Fedrigo? Okay, so unless someone's not, speak up. Otherwise, we'll go on to the next one. Another one in Naramata? Again, Director Fedrigo?
This is the carry forwards.
This is a carry forward?
Yeah, it just didn't fit on one page.
Ah, okay, so this is not a new one. That's all yellow anyway. Here's a bit of new. Olala. Is this okay? Director Roberts is giving a thumbs up. Okay. West Bench, Director Gettens.
Yeah, we can bring these back again. So for now, I'll just leave it as it is, but I just need to talk about some of the funding on it.
Okay. So tentatively, all right. Sun Valley Water System. OK Falls, but it's owned by us now, is it not? It's an RDOS system. Mainline valve replacement, and it's all coming from reserves, or no? Is some of this taxes? No? Okay. Unless someone's opposed to it. Director Taylor?
Not opposed, just asking the question. We're doing a lot of reservoir condition assessments, and that's probably a good thing. Sometimes we're charging $8,000, sometimes we're charging $9,000. You know,
Yeah.
when I had to fund a bunch of $9,000 ones, I'm looking and wondering why others are going through at $8,000.
Depends on the number and the size of the reservoirs and the difficulties in getting into them.
Okay. I just have the one question with the mainline valve replacement. Is that including meters in that?
No, that's just a main gate valve.
So the 50,000 is just coincidentally the same number that we're talking about for metering?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Next one. Missoula Lake, anything there, Director Stringfellow, that's jumping out at you to say, uh-oh? Okay. We'll try the next one. Oh, another
This is
one
just
from
carry-
Area H, and
carry
most of this is carry forward. That's that dam construction, yes. Director Bush?
I was at an AIM meeting yesterday, and they talked about this road to the dam, and they're saying I think there's going to need a lot of work before we do any dam construction. Is this something that's been looked into?
No clue, but I'll let Lisa, answer that.
Yeah, we do have, we're working on a right-of-way right now across a property to get to the dam. And yeah, we have planned, we've included the costs on actually preparing a road such that we can access it with the heavy equipment. So,
Okay, and then is AIM included in any of this?
no, because it would just be across a private property. It's not it's not Modi's right-of-way.
At some point, though, that you would be driving on a Modi right of way, I'm sure, to get there. But is that the road they're talking about or a new road? Not sure. Okay. Okay, so just be aware that they may be contacting you. So next one. Oliver and C. Anything there that's jumping out at you, either Director Knodel or Johansson? Thumbs up. All right. Solid waste in Penticton. Oh, this is the Campbell Mountain landfill, basically. Large portion of that's carry forward. Anybody have anything concerning here for those in the Campbell Mountain landfill service area? Director Bush and then Fonte.
I just have a question on, I keep forgetting what it's called, the organic waste part. Are we making any headway on that? Because I haven't heard anything for quite a while.
It looks like a common question. CAO or Lisa?
Yeah, right now we're actually preparing a new application to the ALC. We're almost completed. I've got a consultant that works with the ALC a lot, putting it together. So we're actually going to be going back again and asking.
So it's a new application, but Director
Yes.
Roberts?
Yeah, through the chair. Interesting enough, if you're in Surrey and it's a golf course, it's a lot easier to get land out of an ALC. It looks like, I just saw that in the news. Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting when we just need a couple hectares and they're talking 40 hectares, taking it off so that we can have development. So, interesting in regards to who you know.
Okay, move on to the next one. Nobody's raising any fuss over that yet. Area A.
Now, the curbside bins, we are in the process of getting actual numbers. So these numbers were high-end estimates. Looking at the RFPs, if we give everybody the 120 and the two 240-liter bins, this pricing still covers all of those. But each director will, once we get the final numbers, we'll have to decide how they're funded. So these are just placeholders right now.
Okay. I think we all got an email and that had these same numbers in it, probably. Okay. Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just not understanding why there's a separate charge for OK Falls, curbside bins, and Area D under DEFI.
Because there's two service areas, if I'm not mistaken, but CAO?
There's two service area establishment bylaws. So for whatever reason, way back when, that's how they started it.
Yeah, I'm assuming that probably OK Falls came in first and it was separate. And then a group of rural areas wanted to come in at the same time. So they put it in one bylaw separately. But Lisa?
Yeah, both of those are actually a combination of different areas in areas D and I. So it's quite a mix of different things. I think it's something that's kind of on our plan to sort out at some point, so.
So yeah, that would be Sky Hills Estates and Heritage Hills is one, and then parts of yours are, and those are the ones that are also the high charges as well? Under the contract?
Yeah, they're all split out into different billing things, and they just are grouped differently in these two service area bylaws, so.
All right. That might be better to wait until after the incorporation study is, or vote is done and
Can
then
we do it now?
straighten it out then when you have some firm direction. Keep it going here. This was more.
Just the bottom
carts.
one's the solid waste management plan.
Okay. And that one's coming out of reserves, and that's affecting everybody, correct? Okay, unless somebody's opposed to them. Here we are in projects, Area I, Farley Lake. You're okay with that, Director Monteith? Go ahead.
I mean, I'm thrilled, but digital speed signs?
I'm not sure.
And to the same issue of just, I mean, I'm interested in digital speed signs, and I see I, and I think it's F or E have got a couple, and I'm just wondering, is it possible to get on the waiting list to, or get on the project list for that? Because I've got 2 school crosswalks that could really do with it.
Yeah. Are you purchasing these? What are they?
I'm thrilled, but I'm very surprised. So I guess I'm looking for more information.
Justin, enlighten us.
So this is an initiative led through the RCMP and SD 67, hence the reason that Naramata and Cleedon have been doing that. So it's a Arrive Safe to School initiative that they've asked us to participate in. This is, as much as anything, to get the project into our queue. Typically, ICBC subsidizes these signs, and there's opportunities to that. So came up fairly late here in the fall, but we wanted to propose the opportunity to work on this initiative with the school board.
Okay, so unless you're opposed to it at the moment, keep it in there for now. Okay, thanks, Justin. Director Federico.
Thank you to the chair. Is the SD 67 contributing funding to this as well then, if it's going to be a joint initiative?
You ran away just a little too fast. More on the digital speed signs.
Yes, that details have not been worked out yet, but yes, they're at the table with us in that initiative.
Okay. You're okay with the balance of those, Director Federico? Yes? Director Bush?
Yeah, can I ask how much is one speed sign, or is that it, 7,000 for one?
No, that's for 2. And that is contemplating the full rate, not the subsidized rate at this point in time as well.
Okay. CAO?
We are going to be going after grants for ICBC. They usually pay 50% of the costs.
Yeah. Okay. Anything in this one that you're opposed to, Director Federico? Oh, this is Director Gettens, sorry, MTF. You're okay there? And campground, oh, could we go back one more there? I see Director Knodl's hand up.
Yeah, I want to have a chat with Jim about moving this towards a regional program because it's turned into a homeless camp. It's not an agricultural camp anymore. So
that's the campground at Loose Bay we're referring to.
Yes.
Okay, and right at the moment that's coming out of grants? I don't believe that's the case, is it?
It's a carry forward.
Okay, carry forward. What's the improvements? Go ahead.
So this was the grants that we received through COVID 2020 with some land tenure lags. The primary outstanding works right now is the shelter and the septic system and water supply for the camp host. This was funded through the agricultural ministry, so the intent is for that campground and these improvements to serve the needs of the agricultural workers.
So what you're saying is we're obliged to go ahead and complete this, even though the use may not be there?
To use those funds, that would be correct.
Okay. All right. Monteith, Director Monteith.
Thank you. Through the chair, I feel like we're learning a lot about what other directors have got going on in their communities. So Director Gettins, I'm curious about the geotechnical survey. I thought we did one already. Is this addition?
Yep, it's different for sure. I might actually just defer it over to Justin. He can talk about it.
Go ahead, Justin.
So in some preliminary talks with Penticton Indian Band regarding trails, they have suggested they might need some support with some of the geotechnical issues in the West Bend section of the KVR. We don't know exactly what that looks like, but through budget is the opportunity to propose that idea to the board.
Okay. And it's coming out of Growing Communities Fund. Okay, no tax, direct taxation. Next one. Tulamine. Anything there, Director Stringfellow, that's alarming? Okay. Next one. OK Falls. You're okay with that, Director Taylor?
Yep, for now.
Okay. Caledon, Director Monteith. Capital reserves for the two. Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. I believe the recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Commission was to withhold some of the projects here, like the retaining wall was one I'm picking out right away.
To not do in 2025?
Mm-hmm.
Was that something that was moved and carried forward to the board, that recommendation from your?
No, it was just part of our plan.
Okay, well, follow up on that, and if it needs to come off, we can do it later, if nothing. But Justin?
This would be the retaining wall and the north end of the park planning exercise, not necessarily the removal and repair of that wall. The reason we want to do the planning at this stage is it relates a little bit to the pending impacts to the park as a result of the tennis court project, which is still in the queue. When we come in to redo that tennis court through the north end, we'll disrupt it. And we just want to put it back together, or have a plan to put it back together that aligns with the other works in that area.
Okay. And Naramata Parks and Rec, you're okay there, Director Fedrigo? Parks Commission in Area F, Director Gettins?
Yeah, I've been having some conversations with the CAO and the Growing Communities Fund. So this will have to come back.
You mean you'll maybe make some changes later, or you're?
Yeah, I'm going to make some changes.
Okay. And this one's Area B. Director Bush, anything there that's? You're okay? Next one, Regional Trails. Where's the gas, who's committing gas tax to that one? Is it, because it's just saying regional trails? That's you? Oh,
In regards to what city area achieves.
okay. Fair enough. Director Monteith?
Regional Trail seems to have a lot of money in reserve. The trestle in Okanagan Falls, is that the redeck?
Believe so, but that was a last year's project that is carrying forward, correct?
That is correct.
As a follow-up, is it possible to get, I guess, a balance of what our reserves are and our gas tax and our growing community? Like, I feel like I need a refresher, because if we have this sort of money sitting around in reserves, maybe we need to be looking at that.
Yeah.
The reserve analysis was done after the budgets got in. We've had to move some funding and stuff around, which you will see at the first reading. And I will, working on, Director Roberts suggested that as well, getting you guys balances for your reserves. So I'm working on a plan on how to do that efficiently and effectively for the directors.
Okay. And it should be noted, though, that these capital reserves are something that was to go ahead last year, didn't go, so the money's put in reserves and now it carries forward. So it wasn't necessarily in reserves all the time. It just went there because this project didn't proceed. So,
But I think it's
okay.
complicated.
Whoa, that was fast. Whoa, is he ever going? Which one are we on? This one? Cemetery in E. Director Federico, you're okay with that? And D, cemetery mapping, you're okay with that? Director Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, next one. Karameas and area. I haven't heard from Director Weeb yet, so I'm looking to see if he's nodding his head or if that's just a fake image of him. Okay, that was good. I seen the thumbs up, so he is there. And next, whoa. Went really quick. Now one. B and G. Long-term plan, you guys are okay with that on this side? I'm okay with the Area A arena roof, that's good. Oliver, exterior cladding at the arena. Those guys aren't hollering too loud, so. And the washroom upgrades, good. Kitchen renovation. Good. Whoa. What does the blue signify? I know you said yellow was carry forward.
Contingent on grants.
Ah, okay. Blue is contingent on grants. Oliver Area C again, repaving the parking lot, no complaints there. Good. B and G, fire protection and Karameas. Land acquisition. You guys are all right there with that? For the time being? Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Just through the chair. So in regards to, we've already done this location study and it hasn't come before the board. Is there a cost to the next step? And is that in the budget somewhere? Because I haven't seen it. And I don't know if it actually costs, if it's a part of that or not.
Staff is,
Go ahead.
staff is aware of the issues for the relocation for the fire hall, and they're on it. As far as the cost goes, that's being looked at right now. If there would be a cost, we just need to make sure that it's in there already.
Okay. So you should follow up, we get an update on that. How much more do we got to go here, Wayne?
Not much. I think we can get through it. This is fire departments are the last one.
Okay. So anything there, okay, Falls and Tulameen Colmont? If you're not seeing anything, perfect. Next, Willowbrook. Fire hall expansion, you're okay, Director Knodel? Cleeden, you're okay with the fire hall stuff? Upgrades, okay. Naramata. Director Federico?
Yeah, can I ask about the training prop in the community works gas fund at 50,000? Because I've chatted with my chief and we don't know how that got there.
I'm not sure there's someone here to speak to
I
that.
will look into it and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I won't move it forward with that 50,000 there. So yeah, we can chat about that.
You'll have to remember to look for it in the future though, Director Federico, so, or remind staff. Last one, or is there any others? Oh, anarchist, I'm okay with that. And Apex, Director Monteith, any worries there? The hall construction, fire hall? If there is, bring it back. Yep. Next, Wayne, if there's any. And then that's it. Okay, so we're through that, and I think that's all we're going to get done today. Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, board, for hanging in there. And I think we've got Mr. Nielsen here for the next section. Ah, he is hiding in the back.
We were able to get through the whole workshop, so there is no need on the 20th to come back. I will prepare all the documents for the first reading, and I hope to have them out to you before Christmas.
Okay, thank you very much. CAO.
But if you have any questions on the operational side, that we would be glad to take them and discuss them at the first reading, so that there are some questions that some of the directors are concerned about the operational side, and and if you can give us a heads up, we can actually bring in the answer. There was one right now, Director, if I can answer the one for Suyas right now, or would you like me to wait until next meeting?
Leave it till next. We should get into our strategic planning. Okay, I'll let Mr. Nielsen come up, and I'm sure he's chomping at the bit while we're, as some are doing, yawning and making it contagious. Sorry, we've had a long day, so far. Good day to you. Hope you're ready to go, and we're going to need some of your energy to carry us through. So. Yeah, we're going to need some noise reducing here. Thanks again, Wayne. So we're ready whenever you are, Alan.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Why don't we proceed right away then, if you're ready to go? And I've got some slides we'll go through and just present some information and get some feedback from the board. And then talk a little bit about next steps. Let me start, if I could, just with a bit of an agenda for this session. I appreciate that the board has been hard at work on budget today, so I'll move through as quickly as I can, but not too quickly, so to give everybody an opportunity to ask questions and provide comments and suggestions. But when we look at the session agenda, we'll start with a little bit of setting the stage, reviewing what we talked about in earlier sessions, getting very quickly up to where we are now. Jump then into proposed or draft vision and mission, look at draft themes and priorities, and end with some next steps. So, Mr. Chair, let me begin just with stage setting and just cover a few points that were covered in our earlier two sessions. The first of which is thinking about strategic plans and what are they really? Well, we've emphasized in the past that they are high-level guiding documents that direct the use of resources. That is the resources of the regional district. One of the things that we'll talk about a little bit over the course of the day, will come up from time to time, is the idea that when we think about resources, a lot of the resources are taken up through core services, through the day-to-day activities that the staff of the RDOS on behalf of the board does and performs for the communities. So some of those core bits will remain in place, and really the priorities are there to complement those and to provide some direction as well on the use of resources, including some of those resources, but around those as well. So let's just keep that in mind as we go through. But when we think about strategic plans, those high-level guiding documents, they really are in place to express what the governing body, in this case, the Regional District Board, wants to achieve in terms of the results or the outcomes. Strategic plans, as we know, are the responsibility of the governing body, and that's something that this board has really taken on, which is great. And I know in past iterations, there's been less, perhaps, of finishing the plan. And they're grounded in vision, aligned with the mission. And when we think of vision, we're thinking about that longer-term outcome, or that we want to be able to describe in the future, that future sense, aligned with the mission. So the purpose, the fundamental why the regional district exists, what it exists to do. It empowers the regional district with agency, a sense of agency, gives it a sense of being able to control events or influence events at least. And as I noted earlier, with respect to core activities, it complements those core activities. We talked about success factors and pitfalls of strategic planning, and we covered a few different points very briefly, taking the time, convening the board, creating the plan to give the organization direction. We've done that. The themes that we'll talk about are strategic and broad. They're not operational. We want to keep that in mind. We want to avoid the temptation of setting out actions as priorities. We want to focus on priorities, knowing that actions will be taken, then will be identified and taken to achieve those priorities. The strategic plans and the priorities within them inform staff work plans, but they're not a work plan. They're there to guide some of the work of staff. And we always like to keep it simple, and the idea that less can be more. And knowing that we've got a lot of stuff going on in the organization in any event, we want to keep the strategic plan simple rather than complicated or complex. Strategic plan for regional districts, it's a little bit unique. So inherent challenges in strategic planning linked to the dual role, linked to the role of the regional district of the federation versus the regional district as the local government for electoral areas. So that balance is always important, and it creates kind of a little bit more difficulty as it relates to strategic planning compared to, say, strategic planning for municipalities. It is, however, possible, and I would suggest important as well, to establish those shared priorities, notwithstanding the differences in the roles. And some of the priorities then, through actions, can be pursued at the board level, that is for the federation, wearing that hat, but also at the electoral area, the local level. And as we go through and we think about priorities, I think you'll be able to see how some of the actions that we will come back and start working with staff and come back to the board and talk about some of the actions to pursue those priorities will, in some cases, be for the board as a whole at the federation level. In some cases, will be for the electoral areas, or perhaps even a couple of electoral areas. And in some cases, for all of those different jurisdictions, depending on the subject of the or the priority at being discussed. We looked at the framework for strategic planning at RDOS. We start with the board vision, that is that desired end state that we want to reach after a certain period of time. We then look at the regional district mission, which is consistent with that mission, and it sets out the core purpose of the regional district, what it exists to do. Then we get into the themes. So those broad overarching areas, those focus areas on which the board wishes, or towards which the board wishes to direct some resources and some attention. Within each of the themes, we have priorities. We phrase those as outcomes we want to achieve, or we thought of those at least as outcomes we want to achieve, and now we phrase them as priorities. And those are the things that get done within each of the themes. And then we have the actions, finally, that are taken in pursuit of and to achieve the priorities set out by the board. At a board, we are focused at the board level really on the themes and the priorities, as well as the vision and the mission. And we'll talk a little bit about all of those things today. The staff really are more focused on the actions that can be taken by the organization to achieve the priorities set by the board. Mr. Chair, in session one, we covered a few different things. And this was the session that we had in October. We reviewed the vehicle that we have for collective action. And what we mean by that is the regional district organization. So what is the regional district? How does it work? What powers does it have? What opportunities does it have? What limitations does it have? All those kinds of things. Once we know the vehicle, then we get a sense of how we can use it to achieve things. We looked at why we act collectively, why jurisdictions come together to provide services and take collective action, the different factors that determine that. We described the region as it exists today. That is, you described the region as it exists today. We considered the biggest challenges facing the region. And importantly, we explored, and that is, you explored, how we want to describe the region in 20 years. So really thinking about that desired end state, which speaks to the vision. In session two, you'll recall that we focused on strategic themes or areas of focus to guide the efforts of the organization, some of the resources of the organization. And within each of those themes, we identified some outcomes. And those outcomes are the things that become the priorities. We reward those to think about priorities. The actions, as I noted, are what we do in pursuit of those outcomes. We outlined all of this stuff in the second strategic planning session in November. And when it all comes together, we see each theme. We have 5 different themes we've identified. I'll talk about those in a second. They are buckets, if you will, or overarching areas of focus. Under each theme, we have our desired outcomes, which we put together as priorities. And under each of those, then we have our actions. And that's what we'll rely on staff to come back to us with some suggestions on. We talked about 5 different themes. And these themes came out of our session 2, and they were put together through discussion and through consensus among the directors who were at session 2, which was most of the directors, happily. So we've got the first theme, vibrant and diverse communities. Governance is the second. Intergovernmental action, natural environment and resiliency, and growth management. And as I noted, also at that session, we did then put forward in small roundtables through discussing each one of the different roundtables to focus on different themes, and then putting forward and discussing outcomes to achieve under each of the themes. Now, taking all of the information, Mr. Chair, from that first session, from that second session, and bringing it together, I've put together some proposed vision and mission statements and under each of the themes, some proposed priorities. So this is where I'll present them to the board, and I'll stop at certain points if that's all right, Mr. Chair, and perhaps you can then facilitate some discussion around those as we go through. Fabulous. So when we think about the vision and mission, the input from session 1 was used primarily to inform the development of these, the articulation of these. What I'm going to, I'll read these out and then get some feedback from the board. The vision, again, that desired end state. So we write it in the future. We write it in the present tense, though, of what we have become at a future point. We look really at about a 10-year vision here. So the vision. The Okanagan-Similkameen is a strong and united region that stretches across 2 distinct but connected valleys. As we go through here, by the way, I think you'll see a number of different points, a number of different key words that were raised in our session 1 when we talked about how we want to be able to describe the region going forward. So the Okanagan-Similkameen is a strong and united region that stretches across 2 distinct but connected valleys. It's a region characterized by protected food-producing lands, a vibrant and diverse economy, and a commitment to sustainability in the broadest sense. Resiliency in the face of climate impacts, demographic change, and economic shifts is high, bolstered by progressive growth management strategies and proactive investments in public infrastructure. Rural and urban communities throughout the region provide affordable and safe environments for residents and visitors. So that vision, that proposed vision, taking the key words that were put forward by board members at that first session, bringing them together to try to articulate that, describes that desired future state. When we think of the mission then, to be consistent with that vision, and the mission again being that fundamental purpose of the regional district, what it exists to do, a federation of municipalities and electoral areas, the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen exists to set priorities and provide services in response to the needs and opportunities of its members at the local, sub-regional, and regional levels. A focus on cost-effective government guides the RDOS in its work. A commitment to collaboration among members with Indigenous government, with other orders of government, and with communities defines the regional district's approach. In all that it does, the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen is one region working together. I got that in there, Jim.
Yeah. I seen a smile on his face with that.
Let me stop there, Mr. Chair, recognizing that it's very difficult to craft these things by committee, or in our case by board, but I'd be very happy and interested to take feedback from the board on this suggested language.
Okay, any thoughts or comments from folks? Director Taylor, start us off.
I hate getting too hung up on this kind of stuff because you can spend a long time. I'll just throw out my comment. The mission for me works. It speaks to how we work. The vision doesn't really, for me, tell me where we're going. What are we aiming for? I don't see that in that. Might just be the way I'm reading it. And rural and urban communities throughout the region provide affordable and safe environments. I guess everybody wants to do that, but I think most people would say that we're not affordable. And
probably never will be in.
So those are my thoughts.
Okay, Director Barkwell.
It's kind of funny that Director Taylor should say that, because my note was this sounds like a commercial rather than our aspirations. But it's what else can you say?
Okay. Anybody else have some comments here? Director Monteith.
Through the chair, just sort of pulled up our other mission statement, and it's very concise, where the mission now feels much larger. So I kind of feel like almost less is more when you're creating a mission vision, like very targeted, not so broad. Like our prior one was to initiate and implement policies which preserve and enhance the quality of life and service the broader public interest in an effective, equitable, and environmentally and fiscally responsible manner. I feel like that really was more targeted to what we should be aiming towards as what taxpayers would expect of us. And I think you're right, Director Barkwell. I kind of felt like this was very, like exactly a commercial. Like it would be a really great marketing piece, but not as like a formal mission statement.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands at the moment. Director Gettens.
Yeah, just on the other side, that I actually I liked it when I still like it. I thought it was kind of a modern take on the vision and mission statement, and that it was unique. And we talked about, you know, food producing lands, and that's something that's different. And you know, I really, yeah, I liked it, and I think that aspiring to be affordable and safe is where we should be trying to go. So I actually appreciated it. So I thought it was a bit more inspirational and interesting than the mission statements that are just a couple sentences on a wall somewhere. So I thought it was good. I like it.
Director McCordoff?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's said in a positive way with good wording, and so I'm okay with it because I think we're trying to get rid of the negative impacts that we've been looking at, social media and anytime you pick up the news. So I kind of like the appropriate language in here. Thank you.
Okay. Director Bloomfield?
Yeah, the way I look at it is that vision and mission are kind of what's on the menu, and priorities and actions are what arrives on your plate. So I'd rather wait and see what's on the plate, and then we can decide whether that matches what's on the menu.
Yeah, that's kind of where the rubber meets the road, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
Director Roberts?
Yeah, thank you. I like the way it broke down a lot more of the unique and specific things throughout the valley and valleys, and the fact that these all work together in a whole. They're more synergistic, but it's itemizing those unique features.
Okay. Director Barkwell, second comments.
Just to follow up there, I was referring to the vision, the mission I thought was great, but the vision says is a strong, it is a region. So that doesn't sound like a description of where we want to go. It sounds like what we are.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, thank you for that comment, Director Barkwell. When we think of a vision statement, it is written in at a future time written in the present tense. So this is kind of in 10 years from now, this is how we want to be able to describe where we are. So in 10 years, we are a region characterized by food producing lands, by those kinds of things. That's kind of the explanation for the approach.
The wording, the way it is, yes. Okay, I think moving on.
Okay, thank you very much for that feedback, everybody. That's wonderful. So themes and priorities. Okay, oops, we got a bit of a mistake there with our spacing, but we can see the themes. So 5 different themes, Mr. Chair. The first is vibrant and diverse communities. Under each of these themes, what I've tried to do is give a definition of what is meant by the theme of the title. So just a description of the bundle, if you will, or of the area of focus, and then get into the priorities, which started as outcomes we want to see, but we reworded now as priorities. So when we think of the theme, the first theme, vibrant and diverse communities, we support efforts to build complete and vibrant communities in which people of all backgrounds and circumstances can live, work, raise families, connect with one another, and enjoy a high quality of life. And picking up on the feedback from our session 2, where we identified some outcomes to achieve and reworded those as priorities. The first then, explore economic development. The RDOS will work with electoral areas and municipalities to explore the potential for economic development services and related initiatives aimed at attracting investment, creating jobs, and building resilient local economies. an outcome we want to see there, but identified as a priority and then put in as an action to be taken, or as something that will be done rather than an outcome that is desirable. Create connections. The RDOS will seek opportunities within existing parks and recreation services and in collaboration with local festival and event coordinators to create opportunities for connection within communities and between communities. Support families. The RDOS will explore incentives to encourage housing development in small communities and will advocate for investment in local schools, childcare, and other services needed by families. And finally, protect character. At the regional, sub-regional, local levels, the RDOS will introduce new land use measures or strengthen existing measures to direct density and urban development to defined areas, protect the unique character of rural communities, and promote year-round living. So those were what I took from the feedback that was given, or the input that was given on the outcomes that were desired under this particular theme, and then, as I noted, taking the outcomes and wording them as priorities. So I'll pause there, Mr. Chair.
Pause for comments. Director Holmes.
So I guess I have a few things here, and I think a lot of it kind of relates to what Director Coyne was talking about in respect to the regional growth strategy. You know, the line about building complete communities, we say, and then a little later on, we talk about protecting the unique character of rural communities. I would question whether it's realistic to expect rural communities to become complete communities. I think a lot of our municipalities are striving to be that, but even in Summerland, we're struggling to become what you would really call a complete community. And I'm just wondering, and with some of the decisions made regarding the regional growth strategy, I haven't really got the impression that all of us want to be complete communities at all. And I even get the idea of advocating for investment in local schools. I don't really see evidence in that necessarily. So I just think we should be, whatever we're striving for, we should really be striving for, but I don't really see us striving for some of this.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts or comments they want to share? Director Coyne?
Yeah, I mean, I sent that email out last night because reading over this, and, you know, we've had a little time to digest it and that, and it really, I don't know if it struck a nerve or a chord, which I'm not sure which one yet, but, you know, we have this regional growth strategy. You go to other regional districts that have regional growth strategies, they do regular updates on it. They give a review, if not yearly, it's every 2 years. We haven't done any of that. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, all of this stuff is addressed in our RGS. I know the Milk Mean's not part of the RGS, but we have our own functions and stuff that we're working on collaboratively that mimic a lot of what's in an RGS, just no legislation to do it. But, you know, like Director Holmes just said, like, not everybody wants to be a full community. Not everybody, you know, and it comes to the board and, oh, well, that's why I put the last part in there that, you know, we use it kind of to stop development, not, you know, figure out how we're going to develop. It's like, oh, it's against the RGS. We're not going to put houses over there. Oh, it is in the RGS, and planning's like, it's in the RGS. We got to put houses there. And then we have directors at odds with that and everything else. And I'm like, I'm just frustrated because 6 years we've been talking about the same sort of thing. And it's like time and time again, it's like that comes up and we've never actually sat down and had a discussion. What are we going to keep, like we're stuck with the RGS as far as I understand, but are we going to implement it? Are we going to use it? Are we going to keep up with it? Now, you know, Director Gilbert brought forward the motion for the economic development function. It's in the RGS, right? These are things there. We have how many ag plans and food security plans? Penticton has one. Summerland has kind of adopted the one that the big one that we did. Area C and Oliver have one. Osuyas and Area A have one. And we're talking about agriculture. Like, we have most of the documentation to make this stuff a reality, but it's like, it's all sitting on the shelf collecting dust. So this is all fine and dandy. We can do all this day in and day out, but we're still not doing the stuff that we said we were going to do before, and we're not reviewing that. And if we actually just followed through on some of the stuff that we were talking about, all this stuff is met. You know, our RGS needs to be brought up to date. It needs to be reviewed, these plans, the housing needs study needs to go in it. There's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to happen, and it's not happening. And I don't know, I feel if we're not going to talk about, you know, actually following our documents, then this is all pointless.
I would just have to say that I agree with a lot of what you said there, but it's only been the last couple of years that we haven't done the annual review and that sort of stuff of the RGS. And it's been since we've done this so-called major review of it that's kind of ongoing. We've been waiting for that before we make any decisions on it. But we used to get an annual review of it, and we haven't for a while.
This is my 6th year, and we've never had a review in the 6 years that I've been here. And Director Bob Coyne said he doesn't remember a time in his 10 years.
Well, I do,
So-
but it's been a while.
So at least 6 years.
Yeah.
Every 5 years, we have to have a discussion about it. And we haven't had that discussion. Every year, we should be getting a review. It's in the legislation.
Yeah,
Like, and we're not
we
doing
did
that.
the last time, the 5-year one we have, and that's why we're doing this 5-year review that's probably gone beyond the 5 years though now, I think. Point is, it's Director Holmes.
I don't think, you know, the two are exclusive of the other. We need to do both. And the main thing is that we shouldn't have a strategic plan that contradicts what's in the RDOS and vice versa. And I just concerned that this vibrant and diverse community section, there is some other conversations we've had at the RDOS. It seems to be some contradiction by the way we're going with the RGS.
Okay, Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Then I guess like my question is then with it is like this is a regional thing, but half of our region is not even part of the RGS. So is the other part of this, now the Similkameen not going to be a part of our themes and priorities either if we include this? So if we have, for example, like let's say we have these priorities, they might say that at RGUS, but then if we're not going to go with these priorities, then we're just going to completely exclude. Then it just comes to the South Okanagan as the only one that's going to be doing these priorities then, and not the Similkameen.
I don't think that's the intent, but I get what you're saying. Director McCordoff?
Yeah, thank you. I have remembered several times looking at the RGS, but you're quite right. It is an Okanagan. It is not Similkameen priorities, and therefore I think that's why we're here today to look at priorities that we all share for the whole region. And so I remember the RGS. I know we've looked at different properties that have been in the RGS and we're trying to change or maybe adjust them. So I know we've done it. I know that Chris has been down to Esuias and we had quite a conversation. That was 2 years ago. So I do think this is a little bit different because it includes all of us, not just the Okanagan. So I think it's important to go ahead with this.
Okay, Director Bloomfield.
Yeah, it's really interesting discussion actually when you're talking about, strategic planning and I think I hear the frustration and I agree with the frustration in not holding ourselves accountable on past strategies and plans. And I think that's probably a fault of our own self-governance. Coupled with the fact that the RGS, Regional Growth RGS, as far as I can remember, has been sort of brought to us by staff who were overworked in a hot real estate market and probably understaffed and overworked and during busy times. And so, what happens is that, these planning pieces like the RGOS, they kind of get put on the back burner, and then they, people forget to put them on the front burner when times go slower. So, it's probably a fault of our self-governance as to the fact that, the RGS has been put on the back burner for so long. But, and during that time, of course, you have an election, and then there's different players at the table, and then there's different themes coming through and different ideas. And so, yeah, we end up with not everybody, agreeing with that growth strategy in the first place, or, and subsequently. So it's, the trouble is that if you just carry on without a plan, then you're not going to go anywhere. And, so you got to have a plan, but the next thing is that you got to keep to the plan, and you got to remind yourselves that you have a plan. So here we are planning, with a strategic plan. As long as we can agree to the strategic plan, then it's up to ourselves to keep ourselves accountable, at least for the next 2 years, and then hand it over to the next group that they may want to change the plan, or they might want to keep it. But if we don't have a plan, then we're going to just drift for the next 2 years.
Director Coyne?
I think the point is I'm not saying this isn't good work. This is good work. I mean, it mimics a lot of the stuff that's already been said and said we want to make a priority, but here we are. The RGS was done in 2017. We're saying we still want to try to do the same things.
2010 that it was.
The last update says
Yeah,
2017
but
on
we
the
did it in
document.
2010.
So even earlier, so, okay, 2010, and we're still talking about the same stuff because we haven't held ourselves accountable, and we haven't completed the things that we said we were going to do. What, 24 years or 14 years ago? 14 years ago. Like, that's my point, is it's not that this isn't good work and everything else. It's like, okay, we can keep talking about this, but if that's all we're going to do, we can talk till we're blue in the face. I hate plans that go on a table or go on the shelf, collect dust, because nothing ever happens.
Okay. Go to Bloomfield and then Holmes.
Quick reply to that, and I totally agree. I mean, I think we're singing from the same song sheet, because I hate having plans that collect dust, and you do reports that cost tens of thousands of dollars, and no action is taken out of them. But and I think it's difficult for us to hold ourselves accountable. It's difficult for the staff to hold us accountable because they get busy with the day-to-day operations of staff and the administration, and so. If we, as a board, if we committed to having a yearly update with a consultant or some other person that comes in and says, okay, let's take a look at it, let's pull the plan out off that shelf and dust it down and take a look at it and see where we're doing. I mean, if we have that annual review where we're held accountable for what we've done over the past 12 months by an outside entity, then that's probably going to be more effective than relying on staff to bring it forward to us.
Isn't that kind of one of the goals with strategic planning every year? Mr. Nielsen?
Absolutely. I'll let direct, and then if,
Sure, okay.
then if I can get on the list, that'd be wonderful. Thanks.
Director Holmes?
I mean, if I'm allowed, yes.
Yeah. Director Holmes?
So specific to the strategic plan here, the draft we have, I would say under the theme of vibrant and diverse communities, we can't say we support efforts to build complete communities, because I'm not sure if we do. And under the priorities, support families, basically that whole thing, I'm not sure if we really want to explore incentives to encourage housing development in small communities. I'm not sure if we really want to advocate for investment in schools, childcare, and other services needed by families. Because if we're not building a complete community, then why would we do that? I think that's, to me, is what doesn't work. Because I'm not really sure that we all want to create these complete communities all over the region.
Well, I tend to agree with that. But got hands everywhere, but I'll go with Gettins and then Monty, and then I'm going to let you comment.
Through the chair, I think that the definition of a complete community looks very different in rural communities than it does in a incorporated community. So I'll speak about Clayton, right? It is a complete community the way the community wants to be. It wants to be a rural community. They don't want streetlights. They don't want sidewalks. They don't want city-like services. So that they don't want sewer. So that's the difference in a complete community. So they want a community school. They want all of those community rural things. It's very different. So I understand what you're picking up on, and I just want to say that it does look different.
Thanks to the chair, and a little bit similar actually. And I think the very last line of the project, protect character, and it says protect the unique character of rural communities. And I think what I'm hearing a little bit there is that there's different characters of rural communities. So I represent an area where it's very, very rural. And then my other rural area, there's a lot of people around the table that doesn't consider that rural at all, but they still have their own values and they still have their own community. And there has to be a place for people who live in the regional district because we are their only government. So it may not be rural like what you'll find in area B or G, but it's their home, their values. So that unique character, it has to be plural because there's not one rural community and there's not one smaller community as well as far as maybe completeness goes. So I think just recognizing that everything's a little bit different in the region and that's where our strength is.
I think it's saying that, but final word before we go to Alan?
Yeah, well, then we need a definition of what complete community means, because to me, it's not a bad thing not wanting to be a complete community. It's not a bad thing at all. It's not what kind of community you want to be. It's what kind of community you are. And to me, it's nothing to do with the character or the flavor or anything of the community. It's about, do you have essential services in your community? And if you don't, you're not a complete community. That's what it is. You know, it's about what services you're providing in that community. And it's okay to not be a complete community. Most reason people live in communities that aren't complete is because they don't want to live in a complete community. So there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't think we should be all pretending that we want to be a complete community, because that's not feasible.
Go ahead, Director Roberts.
No, it's all good. What you're saying is much more legitimate than what I have to say, so please.
Go ahead.
Thanks to the chair. I would think in regards to complete, I think it's interpreted in regards to the individual and the community in and of itself, because you're saying essential services. What is essential? A lot of times when we go back a couple hundred years, what was essential? How did communities deal with things essentially? So a lot of times there are people who choose to live in more rural and remote communities, but then they rely on their neighbors. And they, as a community, for instance, the community of Headley, the central focus in that community is their store, and the store manager works within their different agencies, and then they all work together. And a lot of the things that we have in other parts of Area G, they're not at my jurisdiction. They in their community take those roles on themselves and only reach out when they need help. So I think that is a complete community, but it goes about reaching those essentials differently than we do in other areas, and they also have different expectations in what is met and what is not met. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to add my 2 bits worth, since most have. I interpreted that to mean complete communities more so for the municipalities, because it defined the rural communities, keeping them unique or maintaining that uniqueness. So I separated the two. I didn't mix them. So anyway, that's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the directors who commented. Maybe I can just make 2 brief comments in response to things, just to capture some of the discussion. I think that Directors Monteith, Gettins, and Roberts captured what I was trying to capture in the sense of using words like complete. The idea of every community has its aspirations, and those are going to be, and what one community considers to be complete is going to differ from that another community seeks. So, but I appreciate Director Holmes's comments on the definition, and I think that there's some wording that we can change to accommodate that as well. I think that with respect to the RDOS, Director Coyne, I would thank you for including me on your email because I've found that really interesting, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying with the RGS. 10 years ago, I took a couple of years leave from consulting and worked as a general manager of planning, policy, and environment for Metro Vancouver. And in my department, one of the things that we were in charge of was the regional growth strategy. We had, and that's in that capacity, I learned, I think what Director Coyne was getting at, which is these documents, when they're put together really nicely and really well, and when they're kept current, can be foundational policy pieces for the regional district and for the regional community, for the whole federation. It can really speak to all of the different elements that we'd want to see in a holistic planning framework: economy, environment, society, land use, all those kinds of things. And they're beautiful documents when they work. They're very difficult to put together, and RDOS has found that, and they're even harder to keep current. And one of the reasons for that, of course, is because it's something over which the board of the regional district has less control than it does over a strategic plan, because a regional growth strategy is put together by the jurisdictions that comprise the region. Every municipality needs to come to the table as a separate jurisdiction and negotiate and come to terms with how we're going to plan the region as a whole. And every time we change or update a regional growth strategy, we go through that process again. So it's a very laborious, intensive process to update it. So what a lot of places will try to do is to say, let's recognize the foundational policies that are in there, but let's pull out or let's emphasize and make sure they're consistent and things over which we as a board have more control. Let's pull out some of those and treat those as things we're going to do as priority. And I think that's so while I absolutely agree that the RGS can be a beautiful document and really important for regional districts to have, the reality is not too many regional districts have really good up-to-date ones because the process to keep them up to date is very difficult. So the strategic plan, perhaps the board can think, as Director Bloomfield said and Director Holmes said, perhaps the board can kind of think of the strategic plan as something that complements the RGS and pulls out and speaks to certain elements of that, but also allows the board to have those priorities front and center while it's working on updating the RGS. Just my 2 bits on that. Shall I go on, Mr. Chair?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the next theme is governance. So we provide oversight, set strategic priorities, explore policy and service options, and make decisions through a governance structure that sets out clear roles and responsibilities for the board, board committees, RDOS staff, and the communities we serve. That language, very intentional, trying to get at the idea of what are the governance hats that the RDOS, that the board wears. So fiduciary, generative, strategic, policy, those kinds of things. And then also, what are the different constituencies, if you will? Who are the different players in the governance framework? RDOS board being the key one, but then also the committees and the communities too, and staff. When we think of priorities here, then, create effective board committees. Under the authority of the board chair, the RDOS will create a set of standing committees to serve as forums for groups of directors, read in there, not all directors, for groups of directors appointed by the chair to examine, discuss, and make recommendations to the board on specific types of services, for example, local services, provided by the regional district and on topics that align with board priorities. Strengthen board staff relations. The RDOS will clarify roles and responsibilities of the board and staff and will ensure that clear reporting and communication policies are in place to strengthen board staff relations. And finally, engage communities. To promote trust in the regional district and to bolster the principles of accountability and transparency, the RDOS will engage with communities across the Okanagan-Similkameen community on services and service initiatives, strategic priorities, annual budgets, and topics of concern to specific areas or jurisdictions. So speaking there to, in essence, maybe revising or thinking about and putting in place a bit of a different governance structure to enable the board to play its role most effectively as a governing body, but also recognize that there are these other players in the broader governance process and the broader decision-making process that come into it. I'll pause.
It's like a lot of thought happening at the moment. Director Gettens?
Yeah, thanks, the chair. I think this idea of a committee for a group of directors, I guess as a rural director and not having another municipality to help citizens that I represent get what they need. I'm curious if you're thinking, and when you're visualizing this, would all the rural directors be a part of that and a few of the municipalities. Like, I would have a hard time stepping away from this discussion because that there's nowhere else for Area F citizens to go to have their voices be heard at these kind of exploratory discussions. So I'm just a little bit curious about that.
Thank you very much for the question, and through the chair to Director Gettens. I think that in my mind, and I've tried not to, well, let me back up. Whoever writes this everybody has their own biases. So that's going to be reflected in what's in front of you. I can fully appreciate that and own that. So we need to take my biases out and put your biases in. So anyway, my bias certainly, and this is around creative effective board committees, is that there is an important role for an electoral area directors committee, for a rural directors committee, if you will. And that is a forum on which the electoral area directors and possibly one or two of the municipal directors, but electoral area directors would meet and provide the kind of forum for discussions and for deep dives and study on issues that a municipal director may get at his or her council table. And so it is, my sense then is to create, is it an electoral area committee would be one committee for the board to consider, but you could have other standing committees to deal with subjects or topic areas such as environment or environment and natural disasters or protective services, or you could have growth and growth management, those kinds of things.
Okay, Director Holmes?
Yeah, so it just kind of seems to me that priority specifically seems very specific. It's about, I mean, you could argue we already have effective board committees. And I guess I question, is that really the priority, is to create committees? Or is that just a tool for you to achieve what the real priority is, whether that's giving electoral directors a forum to address their own specific issues? I mean, what is the priority? I don't think setting up committees is a priority.
I would argue with that if I'm allowed to. It's again not my plan at the end of the day, but I think that I would just point out that I think that when we think about the role of the board, it's a pretty critical role in governance as the governing body in making decisions and setting priorities and so forth. The board, in exercising that responsibility or those responsibilities, needs to make use of all of the tools at its disposal, and the primary tool at the disposal of the board is the committee structure. And I think that my sense is that creating an effective committee structure may actually be a priority of the board, because it allows you to do so much else on towards all of your other priorities. So that's just my thinking on that.
Okay, Director Gilbert?
Yeah, thanks to the chair. I just want to comment on that. And obviously, I'm bringing a motion forward in regards to these committees. But yeah, I just see it in a way, it's like, I see committees as being, kind of more pointed as an arrow. What do we need to do if there is an issue that comes up? They're almost, for me, it's like time sensitive. I'm not in agreement with always having committees that run throughout the whole term. Advisory committees are good to have, some that are statutory, but it's kind of like, we've taken the kind of course in Penticton where we have a task force. What's your task force? And then comes with a recommendation at the end to the board to be able to make the decision on something that comes up. I can think of one like solid waste management. If the board were to, want to look to do it in-house in the next 7 years, that would be a good committee to have 9 board members get together, especially the rural ones, to decide how that is going to be, what that recommendation is, and how that will play out within the regional district, instead of having a committee that lasts for the 4 years throughout the whole term in regards to that.
Okay. Director Knodel, I see a hand.
Through the chair, I'm just a little cautious about these committees. If we're trying to form them into something that looks like a town council, a lot of the directors are responsible for populations that are larger than some of the towns here in totality. And the rural areas, the flavor of a rural area is considerably different than that of a municipality. It shows up a lot when municipalities try to inject themselves into the rural areas. The mindset is different, and quite a few mayors and council people have a real problem understanding the differences or feeling them. It's in your heart to feel them. There are huge differences, and these municipal areas are considerably larger and differently flavored than a town on the whole. So all of a sudden you're making rigid rules through a committee. And if you're enforcing rules rigidly, quite often you push to the point of inviting non-compliance if you're not flexible enough to fit how those areas function. That's just a cautionary thought on my point from what I've seen so far in the last 10 years I've been involved in this. Thank you.
Okay. Any further thoughts? Okay. Go ahead, Director. I'm going to call you almost now. Mr. Nielsen.
I'll take it. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to Directors Roberts and Knodel as well. And I wanted to, and I already mentioned Director Holmes and Gittins earlier, but I wanted just to pick up on a point that Director Knodel mentioned. I think he's made a very good point with respect to the differences between electoral areas, rural areas, and the municipalities. And in fact, that really speaks to those different functions or the different roles of the regional district, one as a federation and one as a local government to the electoral areas. And I think that those differences really speak to, I believe, the importance of, if I may put it that way, if I can presume to put it that way, of having a forum in which the electoral area directors can caucus to deal with issues that are specific to rural areas, to unincorporated areas that don't may impact in some cases, and I know Director Weeb had made this point in the previous session, but may impact in some cases, but in most cases really are focused on and of most importance to the electoral areas. And we're dealing with local services, we're dealing with rural governance, those kinds of ideas. And having that forum through an electoral area services committee to take those issues away from the board table, not worry the board as a whole about it, take it to a smaller group that is a little more nimble and focused on that, may, and certainly has in other jurisdictions, provided some value to the board as a whole, but also to the electoral areas. So it really tries to recognize the differences between the urban and the rural. I think the other point is that, yes, I understand the caution about committees becoming de facto councils or becoming de facto decision-making bodies. And I think it's maybe the specific mandates that are given to each committee need to really take into account the idea to have them focus on issues, apart from Electoral Area Services Committee, have others focus on issues that will have some currency for all of the jurisdictions, for the Federation as a whole. And so I think solid waste management is a very interesting topic, because I think that's something that everybody in the region is going to have some value in discussing, all jurisdictions, whether you're urban or rural, because we have, of course, as regional districts, we have one of our mandated functions is to do planning for solid waste management. We also then have curbside collection throughout the regional district. Those kinds of things may be of value to do some study through a committee that it's in which it's important to have the rural and the urban perspectives at that table in that discussion. So there may be a way, is what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, there may be a way to fashion committees to both recognize the differences that Director Knodel has pointed out, but also create some commonality for the Federation.
Okay, Director Monteith.
Through the chair. So I guess I'm looking for some ideas, because I've had some experiences in my terms where I've struggled with staff, with the situation. And as an EA director, I don't have anywhere to bring it to the table. There's no conversation here at the table. And then when it finally did get to the table, everybody's looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, no, I've been dealing with this for like a long time. So I'm almost scared to bring it to an EA committee only, because it's almost, once again, isolating it versus having the entire board being well aware of internal struggles that EAs are having, or like I've mentioned some today. Like there's important things for the board to be hearing from the EAs. So to separate us, I can see it as a positive and a negative. So what would you do to that? Like how would you address that when we have no spot to come forward and say, hey, I'm really struggling with this service, and being able to ask that of the board for ideas.
Thank you
Want to
for
respond?
Sure, Mike, I'm going to try. Thank you through the chair to Director Monteith. Thank you for the question. I think that I'm not, what I inferred from your statements, Director, is that there hasn't been haven't met with a lot of success bringing those issues to the board as a whole. So I'm not sure that it works to continue to bring them back to the board and to expect the board to take an interest and expect the board to actually take action. I think you may actually find it more effective, and this is based on the experiences in lots of other jurisdictions, to have recommendations coming from the electoral area directors through a committee as a whole, as one body, coming as recommendations to the board for endorsement. It's kind of allowing electoral area directors to speak with one voice in that sense can be very effective, as opposed to having individual directors having to come forward and making pitches to a 21-person board that has a lot of stuff on its plate to worry about.
Okay, you're comfortable? I've got Director Robertson, then Coyne.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I think it's a good opportunity to jump up onto my saddle with my horse. I kind of like looking in regards to the AA committee and even discussions, and I know people have realized lots of times I've talked about sub-regional. I think a lot of times we think of it as separating the board and separating the region more, where I see it bringing it more closer together. It takes those like areas, gives them an opportunity to kind of bang through things, kind of work things out, find out how things are working. But then it does come back to the board, comes to the board as a whole, almost as a sober the sober second thought. So all of a sudden now we've kind of banged through with our things. All of a sudden we're going to get a different perspective from a municipality or something like that. But we've also knocked off some of the rough edges. So you look at that as an electoral area in regards to things that we deal with in governance. In a sub-regional context, it's the individual that's way out in Tulameen that feels like they're left out of the picture. Everything's happening way over here. But when all of a sudden something gets dealt with at the sub-regional level, they're talked about, their interests, their concerns, and then those issues are kind of like fleshed out, and then they're brought as an actual worked out thought and a solution to the board. And then at the same time, the board then is able to sober second thought. And I think sometimes we're afraid or feel we're want to be pulling apart doing things as a region if all of a sudden we compartmentalize, where I actually believe it makes us more effective. Thank you.
Okay, Director Coyne.
Yeah, without even knowing it, I think Alan kind of nailed it. And then think of it as a caucus, right? At FCM, we have caucuses we have caucuses at all these things. You go and you sit with your peers and you hash things out. And then it doesn't mean it never comes back to the board or come back to another committee. It means you guys get to hash this out in a way that maybe you wouldn't get to hash out if you're sitting at this table, right? So I think caucus is the best way to put it. Think of it as like a rural caucus within this federation or this big organization. And you can work on those things like Director Roberts said. I mean, we do it in the smoke meeting all the time, right? We get together, we discuss these things, and then we come back and we say, hey, we want to do this, and we get the board support and whatnot, or we go and work on other things. But it's not separating us, it's making us stronger, because we have, just take the smoke meeting example, right? We have that table where we can go and sit at it and we say, hey, what are you doing? Like, how do we make this better? And we do it. And, we do our own version of economic development. We're talking about some other things. We talk about water, we talk about whatever we need to do at our table. But, maybe Summerland doesn't want to talk about the issues that we have in Headley this week, and we can have that chat, right? And then we can come back and say, but hey, we're all united on this and we want to support Headley on it. And you guys can do the same thing. And that's all I think the idea is giving you guys a place to have a discussion where it's unfiltered, it's however you want it to be, and then bring it back to the board and say, you know what, we're all united on this and we need your support on it.
Okay, Director Gettins.
Thanks to the chair. I think there's also, and I don't disagree with anything that's being said. And last term, I actually wanted to meet quarterly with the rural directors for a lot of the reasons that are saying now. I think the big assumption here is that all rural directors agree. And for my area, I'm usually on the outs with my rural colleagues, and I have often more aligned with my municipal colleagues. So when we're saying, and we all get to do this and we all come with one voice, I would often be on the losing end of that discussion based on the area that I have to represent. So I think that's some of the struggle. I don't think it's an urban rural situation. I think I would probably be more inclined to meet with Summerland and Penticton, where we have like paying partnerships with each other and we share borders and we have some of those other commonalities. And I think it works well in the Similkameen because there's a commonality of being in the Similkameen. So I guess for me, perhaps, and it's just area F a little bit more, that I don't see a rural urban. I see more of a sub-regional. And I don't know how I would get consensus on some of the big discussions we've had as rural areas because I'm usually the odd man out. So that's my issue with this dividing. And it's a little Pollyanna, but I do think that our strength is in the region. And having these discussions with everybody at the table, I think you're lucky because we pay quite a bit in Area F into Penticton. I'm never invited to their table. It's not set up that way. That's how it works. But they're here. So there's a bit of an accountability having a municipal director with their director hat on, hearing some of the impact of the decisions we're making here, and then they get to go make a budget decision. So I wish I could come to your private conversations, but I can't. That's just the way the system's set up. So I like the regional conversation. I don't know, like I'm willing to try stuff, but it doesn't appeal to me like it does for a lot of the rural directors in particular, because I'm not often in line with that, so.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, all directors, for those comments. Really interesting and really helpful comments. I think that doesn't have to be an either or. It doesn't have to be in the sense that I don't think by having an electoral area services committee, it means that we don't have a strong federation. I think there's an opportunity to say, and it really depends on the issues that we send to committee, the matters that we assign to a committee. There are going to be lots of matters that have regional impact, that have regional import, and we're going to want to have those discussions as a federation at this board table. There are going to be other matters where Director Bloomfeld really doesn't care. And no, not to pick on you, Director Bloomfeld, but there are going to be issues where local park services and electoral areas. Really, why is Director Bloomfeld part of that discussion? And I shouldn't pick on Director Bloomfeld. Why? Where's another regional? Director Coyne. So they're going, and there's local or electoral area planning and development applications for electoral areas. Some of those arguably may have impact on surrounding municipalities, but those are going to come back to the board as recommendations anyways. Municipalities will have an opportunity to comment on those if they think it's important. But the heavy lifting, the consideration for electoral areas, for those services, the board doesn't want to be part of that. Those are things that be done by the electoral areas that participate in those services. So it is possible to say there are certain matters, there are certain issues, certain services that can be assigned to a particular committee to do thinking about, to come back with recommendations on, while there's other issues that are of importance to the federation. And let's focus on those and keep those at the federation level with the entire board.
Okay. Director Holmes.
Yeah, I'd rather we don't frame it that the whole board doesn't want to be part of these decisions. I'd be more than happy to be part of these decisions, but I would respect the rural directors to have that if they would want to have their own forum and they don't want me to be part of those decisions. I respect that, but I don't want it being said that I don't want to be part of anything.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Director Holmes. Yes, you're quite right. I'm being a little bit cavalier in saying that and a little bit provocative. And so there is a fine distinction to be made there. I appreciate you making that.
And I'll just add that the reason we've got the committees we've got at the moment is kind of because of that exact same sentiment. We've talked about making smaller committees and going that way. This was years back, and every time we started that, it was, well, we'll put so-and-so, but I want on it, but I want on it, but I want it. And it was everybody on the board. So we just ended up after about 3 years of that, said, we'll just do kind of committees of the whole because everybody wants to be there. And it's stuck. And that's why we're where we're at. We've never really been able to get out of that. So just a bit of history. It might change this year, but we'll see.
Shall I go on?
Absolutely. Let's move on.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Oh, next theme is, oops, excuse me. Intergovernmental action is the next theme. So we strive to build collaborative relationships with First Nations, member municipalities, and other regions on matters of mutual interest and benefit. And we seek to influence through effective advocacy the funding and policy decisions of the provincial and federal governments. That's the general theme. And then when we look at priorities under that theme, one, engage in Indigenous governments. At the sub-regional and regional levels, the RDOS will provide the strategic direction and resources necessary to nurture collaborative relationships with Indigenous governments in the Okanagan and Similkameen focused on matters of mutual interest and benefit. The second is partner with municipalities. The RDOS will explore cost-saving opportunities with member municipalities related to the joint use of assets and the establishment of shared services to meet identified needs. And three, influence other orders of government on its own and in collaboration with the Union of BC Municipalities and Southern Interior Local Government Association, member municipalities and other regional districts. The RDOS will work to influence funding and policy decisions of the provincial and federal governments, including decisions related to the downloading, actual or potential, of service responsibilities to local government. So this whole theme, Mr. Chair, speaks to the intergovernmental relations, really, or interjurisdictional relations.
I see a lot of this is very similar to our table that we're sitting at now with oh, yeah, the collaborative leadership table. Very much similar. But anyway, Director Coyne?
Can we change downloading to offloading?
Sure.
Because really, it's just offloading onto us. It's not even downloading at this point.
Well, it is, but it is offloading too.
It's like, here you go, and there's no money.
Yeah, downloading should have money coming with it, maybe. Eh? Yeah, fine distinction there. Okay.
Should I move on?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, natural environment and resiliency. So we develop, advocate for, and implement practicable approaches aimed at mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, protecting sensitive ecosystems and landscapes, and building resiliency in the face of climate changes, wildfire, and other disasters. The priorities: secure regulations and fundings on its own, on its own and in collaboration with others. The RDOS will advocate for flexible approaches, enhanced authority, and the funding necessary to target major GHG emission sources and to protect the natural environment of the Okanagan Similkameen. That wording was really informed, I think, by the roundtable that produced, that I articulated some of the outcomes. And so I was very careful to talk about the flexibility in regulations, the idea of making them sensitive to local conditions. The next is support protective services. RDOS will continue to refine, strengthen, and support its regional protective services function. And then explore traditional Indigenous knowledge and biomitigation measures. In collaboration with and under the guidance of Indigenous government partners, RDOS will explore ways to incorporate traditional Indigenous knowledge and biomitigation measures into its efforts to protect ecosystems and landscapes from damage caused by wildfires, floods, and other events. There was that last one harkens back to Director Knodl's comments about the beavers used in that jurisdiction in the U.S., I believe.
They're dropping from the sky.
Director Knodl.
Okay. No. Director Holmes?
So I'm just wondering if there should be some emphasis on not just mitigation, but adaptation as well. You know, the whole idea of our building, when we build our infrastructure back, we need to build it back better. And also, you know, we talk about traditional ecological knowledge. I mean, it's kind of, in a way, that's part of it, but it's also our natural assets and how we can be making better use of our natural assets in mitigation and adaptations.
Okay, Director Taylor?
So are we only going to look to Indigenous government partners for guidance on protecting our ecosystems, or would we look more broadly?
I think it could be more as broad as the board wishes to look. I think that this particular priority focuses on Indigenous partners, but there are other priorities that could be done, certainly outside of that or with other parties, or we could broaden this one to include others as well.
Okay. Director Coyne?
I'm just wondering if Director Taylor is thinking that we could maybe reword it so it incorporates both Western and Indigenous knowledge into this so that it's a, you know, more
inclusive.
Yeah, that's a word.
I think that's even the way we've got it worded at the moment in the collaborative leadership table. It's not just traditional knowledge. There's got to be everything taken into consideration.
Okay.
'Cause
I'll have a
times
look
have
at
changed.
I'll look at that model then.
Okay.
Okay, and thank you for that feedback, very helpful. Finally, Mr. Chair, growth and growth management. So, well, I'll start here. So we develop progressive growth management policies that, taken together, promote the development of affordable housing, address public infrastructure needs, respect the unique character of rural communities, protect agricultural lands and natural areas, and support social and economic priorities throughout the region. And as a nod to Director Coyne, that's pretty much the regional growth strategy. Yes. I beg your pardon. Establish regional policy framework under priorities. Through its review of the regional growth strategy, the RDOS will establish and implement the policy framework required for progressive growth management throughout the region. So this priority, in essence, says that the RGS will continue to be will perhaps be even more of a priority in bringing that to complete, or to updating it and expanding it perhaps. Optimize development approval function. The RDOS will ensure that its development approval function provides the land use policies, land use regulations, incentives, and processes necessary for responsible and sustainable development to occur, including in small communities. Provide infrastructure through advocacy, long-term capital planning, the use of development finance measures, and the application of board policy on private utilities. The RDOS will work to ensure that infrastructure is in place to support growth and to address utility-related health and safety needs.
Director Holmes?
I would say health and safety and also environmental needs.
Okay.
Good point. Either the day's getting long and we're getting tired, or
or it's just, you're just wowed at the
or we're so
brilliance of it.
agreeable to what you've got written down here.
I mean,
Director
facetious, of
Barkwell.
course. Yes.
Just a question, if good, what would you call development finance measures?
Development finance measures we've had with the recent changes to provincial legislation. We've got amenity community charges. We've also got our DCCs and all those. The idea is that growth pays for growth. And so let's ensure that we're using a robust suite of tools that are available to us to ensure that we have growth paying for the infrastructure required to accommodate growth, or contributing at least on a proportional basis to the infrastructure that's required to both accommodate growth and to address existing concerns in communities. So, but to Director Barkwell, to your specific question though, I mean, amenity community charges, development cost charges, latecomer payments, those kinds of things.
So there's an assumption in there that you're applying equitable finance measures?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, Director Holmes, or Director Bloomfield, I should say.
I was going to wait till the end, but I'm looking for mentions of building resiliency into our communities when it comes to, floods, fires, natural disasters, and having that as part of our environmental theme and also our growth strategy. I'm not sure if it's in the later slide. But,
no, thank you. I appreciate that. It should be, I think, as you pointed out, Director, it should be definitely under infrastructure, and then as Director Holmes mentioned as well, under some environment as well.
Environment, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're moving on.
Okay. Your Worship, or I beg your pardon, Mr. Chair. I don't know if that's a promotion or a demotion, but yes.
I'm not sure. Demotion, you said? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, next steps. So there are two next steps. One is to meet with the senior leadership team. We're getting a date now to come together and identify some of the actions to be taken in pursuit of the priorities. And so that meeting will also include some rewording based on all of the feedback provided today, and kind of come forward with another version and have staff then talk about the kinds of actions the organization can take to pursue these priorities. Some of those actions will be identified already in the staff level strategic priorities work chart and in the work plan that creates, and others may be new. So some of those, all of it at the end of the day needs to complement and work towards the priorities set out by the board. And then return to the board with another version of a formatted plan and give that to the board and allow for some reflection, and then see if there's uptake on that, or do we want to change it. At the end of the day, it's difficult with a 21-person board, I appreciate, but at the end of the day, the board ideally wants to have some sense of ownership over the priorities. And so if there continue to be priorities based after the feedback from today is factored in that really don't sit well with the board, or if there's things missing, it will be important, I think, at that time to bring those forward and ensure that the final product, which, as it was mentioned, and you mentioned it earlier, Chair, that it's reviewed regularly. So the final product is, I hate the term, but a bit of a living document, but at least this iteration is something that the board can get behind and take some degree of ownership over.
Okay. So you'll work with staff in terms of a next meeting date on this?
Correct.
Director Monteith?
Thank you, through the chair. So reflecting back to the very first strategic planning meeting, when I asked if there's going to be a parking lot for items that we've talked about as a board that we still haven't brought up through this whole process, the bat-friendly. Do we want to become a bat-friendly community? There was concerns at one point from the board about cybersecurity and making sure that we're, ready for all of those sort of things. Like there was lots of conversations and items that are currently on the work plan that I don't even think are going to get done this year. The ones that were on the strategic plan the last time we did this that are not on this one, specific things for different electoral areas. Like, are those items going to get lost? Like, what's the plan?
I'll go to the CAO first.
So what's new with this plan is that all of you are going to get invitations from one-on-one to add your own goals into the strategic priorities. It's going to be restricted to the resources, but we're going to bring that back to the board along with your strategic priorities. And then you as a board prioritize it, what you want first in that listing. And only the board could add something on that list, and only the board could take something off.
And there's also a bunch of stuff coming. I forget what we now call the Gantt chart, but some of those are going to be removed and updated.
What the chair's
what we
talking
can
about.
actually accomplish.
What the chair's talking about is that, as I stated, only you could add and only you could subtract. So we're bringing the report next meeting on those that we're going to either move or carry forward. And if you don't want them carried forward, then they stay on. So what it gives you is it empowers you more now. However, it has to come back to the board, and we will actually tell you if we've reached capacity or not. We've got a new program that you will actually have live access to it on a daily basis. As we update it, you will see it, and it's the actual strategic priority / work plan.
I think she's still wondering though about the parking lot for those projects, like potentially the BAT program.
Through the chair, I remember I think we were at the lakeside and we had these paper on the wall. We all wrote down our ideas for electoral area. Like I wanted to investigate the soil deposition bylaw. Like we had very specific things that have not carried through. They haven't been on the Gantt chart. They haven't been on the work plans. Like these are ideas that we've had for years, and I just don't see them progressing anywhere.
Those are the ones that we now talk to staff about and see if they come on. But
they will be officially on the strategic priority tracker. It's no longer Gantt chart. Like I said, it intimidated some of the staff, the name. But again, your 20 different electoral directors. Even if you have 5, we will reach capacity pretty quick because we also have our core work, but we want to add it on. And then we want the board to say, okay, these are the ones that we have priority and it has to be done. And so you now will actually control the work plan.
But that's where the problem lies for an individual area. There's only one that wants this done and it never happens because the vast majority want something else done. So it really doesn't work for the electoral areas that way. And that's a struggle. And I'll put that out there now, but that's a problem. Director Gettins and then Coyne.
Yeah, I think that, thanks for saying that, Chair. I think the staff capacity, when you have such a massive board that you report to, like, I don't even know how staff do it really. You know, like, you've got 11 municipal directors and 9 rural directors. So if you look at people and you divide up their time, like, we're looking at 1/20th of a staff person if we were able to get on the list at all. So I think that is, and I like the approach of where here's the list and what are we going to do? Because as an area that usually is kind of quieter, it feels like some areas are getting a lot of staff and a lot of time and a lot of focus. And then these little ideas that could really make a difference to your community are kind of getting, you know, sidetracked and stuff. So I think we have to see the tracker. I think we've asked for that. And if it's coming in December. And then I think what we take from here is that we've identified these big themes, and now let's get the work and make sure we're prioritizing the work to help us all collectively get the themes. So I think we're halfway there, and I think it's good to keep bringing it up. But yeah, I think that's a really good thing is we can't keep piling it on to staff. Like it doesn't feel good for them, and it doesn't feel good for us.
Good. Director Roberts, and then first I said you, but I missed him before. So go ahead, Director Roberts. Then
Yeah, thank you, the Chair. And I spoke to the CAO. The history in regards to strategic planning, it was always my own frustration. And I used to always say it's kind of like going to Sunday school and sticking a felt Jesus up on the wall. And everything's that vast. And it's just like, but can I have lunch now? The idea being is that a lot of times we got these strategies and we have issues or projects. And a lot of times in our areas, we have things that get actually motioned, passed. And then we've had consultants, we've reached out to the community. And then if we're not paying attention individually, the person that's kind of brought it up, it just seems to dissipate somewhere into the mist. And the idea being is it almost needs to be like when have staff come to us and say, you know, this particular strategy or in strategic planning or whatever, this issue was brought up. This is where we've got, this is your choice. This is a red flag issue. This is a yellow flag issue. This is going to blow up. This would be nice in maroon. You know, there's a difference in your priorities, right? The idea being is that, you know, for instance, I've brought things, had them a motion passed, and then it went years. And now it's costing hundreds of thousands of dollars more because I've had to bring it to the forefront and bring it to the forefront. And there seems to have been a gap between when we accept things, it gets on, let's call it the Gantt chart. It gets there, but then priorities keep moving in around in it, and you don't know where it's gone. And sometimes we need the hard discussion from staff to say, we don't have the staff to do that. This is what's going to happen if you take this off the Gantt chart. This is the consequence. So it's knowing the cause and effect of our decisions and being clear where they are, because I'm completely cool with, you know, if something's going to blow up, I'm not too worried about it being maroon. You know, so I've historically had an issue with that. And I think that's what we've all wanted to know is not just the specifics of where's, it's sometimes something has to come off or may have to come off, but what are the consequences of that?
Mm-hmm. Director Coyne, and then I'll go to the CAO. And
Yeah, can I just make a suggestion that only the EAs get to have their individual priorities? We have our own councils and staff, and I don't see why municipalities need to burden a regional district unless it's like a shared service, but then our electoral area counterpart could bring that forward. There shouldn't be 20 of us putting in our own personal wish list and then 5 only get accepted. I don't feel that that's very fair at this, especially with the load we already have.
Okay, I'll go to Director Taylor and then over to you, CA.
I think having heard a little bit about this, I think we're going to get something along the lines of what you've talked about, where we get an option to put some projects forward that, you know we've got X number of staff hours or staff time, and we can spend them on whatever project we want. And if we had something like that, that would work for me.
See you.
So based on this new program, I know how much capacity we have, and I'm just waiting to add the strategic priorities for the board, and also then add now I know you, Director, you said just the 9, but it's a regional district, so if any of the municipal directors, they should be given that opportunity. But that doesn't mean that their priorities aren't going to contradict some of the others. I would have guessed that some of them will be the same. But when everything is said and done, I can actually tell you how many hours we're over capacity or under. So right now, as it stands, with what we have as in the strategic priority tracker, I only have 23 hours left to help you, based on my core work and what I've committed to help the others. So I need to go back and say, okay, once I see yours, I go back and say, what priorities do you want me to do, and readjust. So I have more than 23 hours to help you. And that's for the whole year I'm talking about. And I'm not lazy, and I'm not saying I'm only working 23 hours.
in the whole year you've got left?
Capacity based on the work plan that I have.
Okay. Yeah. But that's the whole point of how little bit of time there will be. What opportunity is there for anything from the rural areas to get accomplished with 23 hours?
And
that isn't nothing.
And that's why it's important that you all see the plan, see what is your priorities. And it doesn't mean that I'm going to end up with just 23 hours. I have to go back to some of the wish lists that other departments have me included in the workflow.
Okay, Mr. Nielsen.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. I don't want to be too presumptuous in speaking here, but electoral area directors are in a very difficult spot. They need to, they're elected directly by their constituencies, by the electoral areas. They're accountable to those electoral areas. They look at the issues within those electoral areas, and they want to take action to deal with those issues. That's all part of the system. What's also part of the system is that they have no authority to act on their own, so they can only act through the board. They can only act ultimately through the board. They can only act through this governing body. It's very difficult, and it's unfair to expect staff to be able to take shopping lists from each electoral area director and say, okay, we're going to do this, 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 and this, and kind of dole out hours. There has to be a role for the board, or even better, an electoral area services committee, to take those requests brought forward by individual electoral area directors and determine collectively which ones are going to be considered a priority for the hours that are available, for the resources that are available. If we continue to allow individual electoral area directors to go to the staff and give their shopping list of things that are important, and they could be extremely important things to do, I'm not questioning that whatsoever, and expect staff to be able to put it into a list and assign hours, we're going to be faced with, I got 23 hours left. Who's going to get their ideas in first? Because those are the ones that go. So there's got to be a vetting process by the elected officials to see what is going to get resources, because no one director has any authority to act on his or her own. They've got to come through the board. And the board can really rely on the electoral areas committee to help to vet that and help to then identify where the resources are going to go.
Director Coyne, then Taylor.
Yeah, just to the CAO's point that, we're a region, we just did a regional strategy and plans and whatever. I think that's where we had our say. And if we want to get these projects done for electoral areas, then we have to free up some time. Otherwise, we're not going to move anywhere forward. You've been making a point, and you said 23 hours you got left in your work schedule for the whole year?
For 2025.
For 2025, for the whole year. So it's unrealistic to come with 20 times 5, right? So I want to make sure that the EAs get their fair share. This is their only chance to bring stuff forward.
Okay, Director Taylor?
Well, I just wish some of our constituents could hear this discussion, because they're the ones that need to understand what
How
we're working
limited-
with.
How limited the time is, yes.
We're
Director
one
Bloom-
little cog in a big wheel, and we can turn it just a little bit.
Director Bloomfield.
I just want to sort of push back on the idea that it's only the electoral areas that should have priorities. And I think, municipalities need to have regional priorities as well. And the one that really springs to mind is transportation. And, the transportation at all levels, whether it be roads or buses or planes, they're regional focuses that need our attention and the benefit both to the electoral areas and municipalities. So I think municipalities do need to be in on that strategic plan discussion as well, or the priorities rather.
Well, I don't think there's anybody saying that they shouldn't be. It's just there needs to be some time left for the rural areas. That's the point. And I seen another hand here and I lost it. I think it was Director Holmes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see the municipalities as the problem here. We're certainly not bringing anything forward for West Summerland. I don't know about the other municipalities. And the only thing that we do bring forward are, as Director Bloomfield, are regional things, transit or mosquito control or something, which affects all of us. It's not anything just to do with us. So I don't really see that we're the problem.
Okay. CAO, and then
One thing that's important, and the board as a whole has to commit and agree to this, is once the staff brings you the strategic program tracker, it's the business plan, you have to accept it, and you can't just go to staff and ask for additional work after that's passed, because once you adopted that plan, that is full capacity. What you need to do is come into this room and make a motion to take something off and add something on. And that's the only way that it's going to work, because it will have all of your wish lists on there that you've already adopted. But if you come back and have all of a sudden you have a whole new idea, something on your wish list has to come off.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, where are we at with Time Tracker? Are we still using Time Tracker to track staff time to the services that they work in? And I guess I'm looking for maybe a report to the board about that, because I feel like I need to know more.
CAO?
So we do time cards on a daily basis of where we charge our time. So I wouldn't call it time tracker. It's through the time card system. We have probably over 2,000 GL codes. And for instance, when I'm in here, I go back and I charge my time to general government. And if I was in one of your services, that's where I would charge my time. So we do have something that we could come back and give you hours of where the wages are. And that would be one of the things that we do is once we're finished the year end, we can do that report.
When we're this limited on staff time, I wonder if that's necessary sometimes, but it is important stuff. Yeah, it's important to know though. Anything further before we close for the day? All right. Well, I appreciate the time you've put into this and your help with this. We'll see where it ends up, and thanks a bunch for all you've done for us. We are adjourned. Really, we've never had a call to order of these kind of things. It's more of a workshop. So thanks though, Director Gilbert. We'll see you guys all next week. We're done.